Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check. Check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Wait. Mic check. Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
I'd like to call to order the Board of Supervisors for April 23rd. We have a roll call, please.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Alejo, who would join us shortly.
Do we have any additions or corrections to closed session?
No additions or corrections, Chair.
So we'll call for the closed session items 1A through 1D. Is there any public comment on these? Seeing none?
Christian Schneider had his hand up. There it goes.
All right, we have 2 minutes, Mr. Schneider.
Good morning. I see that you're reviewing county council performance evaluation today with a possible appointment. And I just want you guys to know that when we give public comment like this, it's recorded. So it's now public record. So I don't know if you all know, but on Friday, my case got dismissed. The one that the county spent, I don't know, at least $180,000. Is that right? County Council of Blitch, you drew up the contract. Now I know you believe that you didn't vote to file a slap motion, but I'm about to show you that you did. And I don't know. I think it's a brave choice in choosing Susan Blitch. I wish her the best of luck, but you have outstanding liabilities that need to be corrected. And I mentioned this to you last week that you needed to take a course of correction on the misuse of public funds. I'm hoping that you're doing that. You have the FPPC that you can call, as well as the Attorney General, and say, hey, did what we do here, is that legal? I think it's important. And I'm really hoping you're going to take this into consideration. The last part is that I'm assuming some of you saw the response that I received to my CPRA request. Ms. Blitch and Les Gerard had been denying my CPRA request for, I don't know, what's it, like 4 years? I give them the case law and then they just not respond. So you just want to get some clarification on, is everybody in Monterey County under attorney-client privilege? Or should county council really be cherry picking documents?
2 minutes are up. Thank you. Are there any other comments? All right, we'll close public comment then, and reconvene about 10:30. Good morning. We're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors here. May we have a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
And we'll have the Spanish interpretation services. Diego Salas.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
And time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Askew, would you like to lead us? Do we have any additions or corrections?
There are none.
And the first item on the agenda today here is the ceremony resolutions. We have 3 of them, 2 which will be presented. Is there any public comment on the resolutions? Seeing none.
Move approval.
Second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The resolutions pass. Supervisor Adams, do you want to do the first one?
I would be honored to do the first one. And I'll start from here, and then I will go down. Did you say Adams or ask you?
No, Adams.
I thought you said Adams. That would be me. Okay. So that's me, and you guys are you. So I'll come forward and see the resolution that we have down here. This is a big deal for me to have all of you here.
You need a microphone.
I'm used to just walking on stage and speaking, but this time I realize I need to have a microphone. But I wanted to thank you personally for coming here today. It's just a real thrill for me to be able to present this very small acknowledgement of a super big success that you've had. And I want to call out specifically Greg Daniels, Jr., who is your head coach. If you would stand, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And then the assistant coaches, Mike Tokuno, Tom Reynolds, Tim Dunn Jr., and John Ordonio.
Yeah.
You know, leadership is a really special thing to have, a really special quality to have. And you can't create the team that you've created without some really strong leaders. And I think all of you who've been fortunate to play on the team have been really blessed to have such terrific mentors and coaches. This Monterey High School, as you know, is only the 2nd team in county history to win a state championship. I mean, that's really something. But even more importantly, and this is the part that I love a lot, you are the very first public school in Monterey County to win a state championship. And that's something to really be proud. There you go. Pat yourselves on the back. You absolutely deserve it. I know that you came up, too, to make, this wasn't an easy haul. It's not like, you know, LeBron James was behind you or anything like that. But at any rate, you were, I think it was a 14 seed, and you came all the way up to win the title. That's a really impressive thing. So let me get the resolution. My brother was a Toreador long, long time ago, so it's even more special to get to present this to you. What I'll do is I'll read some of the whereases, and then I'll have you all come up, and I'll present it to the head coach. But everyone come up, and we'll have some pictures taken, and I would love to be able to do that. You know, something else that one of the other reasons why I wanted to see all of you here today is that people rarely think about county government And this is an opportunity for you to see us in action. Sometimes it's great, and sometimes it's boring, but at least now you know where we are and what it is in some ways that we do. And I always say this, and my team is always very happy when I do. Monterey County is a terrific employment opportunity for people. We really have terrific opportunities, and I hope at some point, as you're looking around, maybe even for an internship, you'll consider looking at montereycounty.gov. So after my little spiel now, I've done all my important things. I will just read some of this to you. Whereas the Monterey High School boys basketball team recently won their very first state championship game against #1 seed Chatworth High School on March 9th, 2024 at the Golden One Arena. Whereas to win the championship in Sacramento, the Monterey High School boys basketball team beat #3 seed Sierra, everybody knows about them, #6 seed Lincoln, #2 seed Natomas, #4 seed Union Mines, and the #1 seed Chatsworth. Making history, the Monterey High School boys basketball team is the first public school in Monterey County to achieve a state title for boys basketball, and it captured the Monterey High School's first state title. Monterey High's boys basketball team has also won 3 section titles in the past 6 years. Whereas Coach Greg Daniels, an alumni of Monterey High School, class of '96, has led the successful program and has been the head coach for the last 19 years and has been coaching for 23 years for the Monterey High School boys basketball program. Thank you for that. I mean, that's really what makes it all happen. Whereas with the support of the boys basketball team staff, I think I've read you out before, consisting of the varsity assistant coaches, Mike Tokuno, Tom Reynolds, John Adornis, junior JV coach, Tim Dunn Jr., freshman coach, Tim Dunn Sr., team videographer, Greg Daniels III. Is there a little dynasty going here? Team coordinator, Janine DeLeon, and team statistician, Camilla Gullickson. The program has achieved several victories in the past 8 years, namely the Pacific Coast Athletic League, the Gavilan Co-Champions, 2024 Central Coast Section Champions, 2017, 19, and 23, and Northern California Regional Finalists, 2019, Champions 2024, and State Champions 2024. Now, therefore be it resolved that the County of Monterey Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all of the people in Monterey County, hereby congratulates the Monterey High School boys basketball team on its incredible success of winning their very first state championship game and recognize the efforts of valuable community and parental engagement throughout the city and the County of Monterey. Congratulations and thank you so much for all of your effort. So if I could have the coaches come up first, and I'll hand this over to you, and then I'd like all of the rest of the team to come up as well.
Round of applause. Yeah.
Supervisor Adams, while you arrange for photos, I just want to give a huge shout out of appreciation to all the parents and the families who've supported these players, and to the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District Board. As a former school board member for that district, I couldn't be prouder of what you all are achieving. So keep up the good work, keep studying hard in school, and come look for us for a job at some point in the future. We'd love to have you.
So if you all want to come up now, come on, we want some pictures here. I'll hand this over to Coach. And I'll also, want me to hold the microphone for you?
I can do it.
Got it?
Yep,
Okay.
we got it.
So scooch in. Oh, in here. This is sort of nice.
They're all taller than me.
Hey.
Stay up here. Stay up here. Stay up here. Come on back. Come on back. Yes. Yes. So I just want to thank you guys for bringing us here to recognize these kids and their achievement. this is a really good group of young men. I'm really proud of them. You know, they've worked really hard for this. They deal with us, me and the coaches, pushing them, being relentless on them. We're always on them, pushing them to do better in the gym and in the classroom. But these kids, they put their differences aside. They're really unselfish. You know, their chemistry grew throughout the season. They had one goal, and they put that goal first, and they were able to accomplish it. So I'm really proud of them. I'm also thankful to have a great coaching staff. We've been together 15 years plus. So like our chemistry is good as well. And it's just been a fun year, and I'm really happy for these kids. They deserve all the recognition.
Thank you so much. It's a total honor to have you here, all of you. Very big honor. I'm the supervisor that represents you, so thank you for all your hard work. It really is amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Continued success.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, absolutely. No, that's where they go. They belong back in school. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Congratulations. Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Chair, just before you go, I know the kids have left, but I just, it's such a big thing to win a state championship, and I just wanted to commend them as well. These young people work so hard, and it was always, being the team captain of my high school wrestling team, I know that it was such a goal to win a league championship. If we could take CCS, it was a really great thing, but to win a state championship, that's really a dream come true, and what the public doesn't see is all the hard work these young people do off-season to train and to improve their skills, to go to camps, and having a great, amazing group of coaches that have been together already 15 years really speaks volume of why you have so much success. And beyond just the sports, the values you learned about teamwork, discipline, all the camaraderie you have among your players, those are memories of a lifetime. But to this day, I thank my coaches for really being a major changing force in the positive in my life. So I know that's the same that these amazing coaches have done for their athletes. And last but not least, to thank their parents, because their parents are there supporting them to help them achieve their goals. So it's really a testament of the community getting behind these young people and helping them reach their full potential. So congratulations, coaches, to you and the team, and for making Monterey County very proud. Congratulations.
So the next resolution here is for National Crime Week. Janine Paccioni and Alma Sanchez, would like to come up? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Well, yeah. So as I was mentioning, this week is National Crime Victims Rights Week, and the theme for this week is how would you help a victim of crime? So often a crime happens and we immediately think of the victim, but then as the wheels of justice turn, the victim oftentimes gets forgotten, and the perpetrator becomes the main emphasis. But in the DA's office, which we always think of a prosecution and bringing on injustice, they also have a victim of crime unit, and it allows us not to forget the victims. And for that, we want to thank all of both your great work and your team. And this is, as I say, the question out here is, how would you help a victim of crime? And that's something we should really ponder upon this week and think about. This unit in the DA's office dealt with 3,162 crime victims over this last year of 2023 and provided 244 mandated services for them. This helps provide hope, picks up morale, gives opportunity for a future to get past a horrific event. And with that, I really a pleasure, an honor to pass this off to you, to Alma, to the rest of the team there, and for all the great work that you do.
Thank you, sir.
So first of all, thank you for the recognition. This is always a special week in our office. Our whole office comes together, and we will be having our victims dedication ceremony on Friday at noon, from noon to 1 in the courtyard, assuming it doesn't rain. But that's the plan anyway. It's a collaboration that we do every year with our entire office, our investigators, our victim advocate staff, our attorneys. We all participate in recognizing victims of violent crime. Alma is our program manager. She does an amazing job, and I just would clarify that there were 24,000 services, not 2,400 services that were provided by our victim advocate staffs within the last year. And those are all services that, when we say, what would you do for a victim, our staff is constantly thinking of ways to help victims recover from the results of a violent crime. And unfortunately, with 11,000, 12,000 cases a year, it's not surprising that we have a high amount of victims as well. So I want to thank my staff. They really make a lot of magic happen, and I'm super proud of them.
Every right to be. When a dog comes, it always steals the show. So move on to the consent calendar. We have items 16 through 29. Is there anybody that would like to address anything from the board? Yeah, Supervisor Alejo, go ahead.
I just want to speak to 25 for comment. I can do that now?
Sure, 25. Go ahead.
25 it's approving an employment agreement with our new county council on a permanent basis, Susan Blitch. I wanted to just take a point of personal privilege to thank her for her leadership. She's only becomes Monterey County's second female county council in the history of Monterey County. But I would say somebody who really has the respect of her colleagues in her office and out in the community. And so I just wanted to take a moment to congratulate her as we take a vote to give her this approve her contract and make it final. And I want to say congratulations and thank you for your, I think, 17 plus years of service with Monterey County. And now to take the top role as an attorney, I know it's a big honor because very few people have that privilege of serving as in the top post on county council. And I would say it's for the public doesn't know, county council is a very hard job. We need smart attorneys to help us. I've served on a city, I've served at the state government level, but county council has so much litigation on a wide range of issues that we really need some brilliant minds to lead this office. And her office has a really group of dedicated professionals, a great group of attorneys, some of the best I've ever met in my career. So I just want to say congratulations, Susan Blitch, on your post. Thank you.
You're here.
You're here. Mr. Chair,
Yes. Super.
I'd like to make a comment, and then I have another item I want to ask a question about. I simply want to support Susan's appointment. I'm so delighted, but I also really want to point out something extremely important, and that is that in the entire length of time of the existence of Monterey County, Susan is only the second female county council that we've had. She was preceded by Adrienne Grover, who now serves in the court system and has for a number of years. But Susan, it's just such a thrill to have you sitting in that big, very important chair. Thank you so much for accepting the employment.
Supervisor Lopez, go ahead.
While we're on the topic, just want to congratulate you and say that what stood out to me from the beginning of seeing your work, it was never about an individual, it was about a team. And sitting here today, looking out and seeing an entire group from your team here to support you, knowing that you were the right person at the right time for this position because you have stepped up so many times, is heartening. So I'm glad to see you in this position. It's well earned, and look forward to working with you.
Supervisor Askew, you had something you wanted to pull to?
I do, thank you. I was just hoping to comment on item 24 and 25, but I'll jump into 25 right now and just say congratulations. And I think I echo some of the comments of my colleagues. For many members of the public, County Council sits on the dais with us and advises us on our meetings. But behind the scenes, there's an entire team sitting here in the audience, and I'm assuming more back in the offices, who are navigating incredibly challenging issues, advising on every single department that we have on issues that come up, helping us navigate, skillfully navigate, and come up with the best solutions to serve our residents. So what's clear to me as well, Susan, is that the culture that you've created for our team of attorneys and advisors in County Counsel's office will help us continue to create the culture of leadership that we want to see here for everyone in our county. A place where people can bring their whole selves to their work while also performing at the highest levels of excellence in service to our community. And so I want to say thank you for creating that culture. Thank you all for being a part of that culture. I'm excited for sort of where we can continue to grow and build from here. I did on the staff report, I have been vocally opposed to making exceptions to our a compensation practice of putting new employees at step levels higher than what the compensation philosophy outlines. And in this case, the recommendation for step 6 is in fact aligned with the expectations that are within the policy. We're not asking for an exception in this case. It is within the 5% increase from previous positions. So I just want to say, acknowledge that it wasn't called out, but we aren't making any exceptions in this case. And again, thank you and congratulations. Should I comment on 24 as well while we're here?
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay, perfect. So item 24 is the summer reading program for the Monterey County Free Libraries. I just wanted to call this out. Our 2024 annual summer reading program is getting up and running. This is a contract to include services at all of our Monterey County Free Libraries this summer. So if you're a parent, if you're a family member, if you're just interested in checking out the libraries, there's some really fun, exciting programs. I know as a young person who struggled to learn how to read, the summer reading program sort of gave me the freedom to choose books that I enjoyed and gave me some recognitions that really kind of provided the motivation to get me engaged and keep me engaged in learning over the summer. So check out our Monterey County Free Library summer reading program.
Chair, if I may, just real quick to address item 25. First, I just want to say I'm humbled and honored to take this position. But I want to say that any success I have had is due to the team, the incredible team I work with. And they are the most incredible people I've ever had the privilege of working with, some of the smartest and hardest working people I've ever known. So my thanks to the entire office for supporting me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any public comment on that?
Sorry, I have one that I want to talk to as well.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Sorry. I wanted to pull item 19 just for a couple of questions and some comments.
Okay, so we'll go back to 19 and after we take care of the rest.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any, any public comment? No.
Christian Snyder?
Yes, Mr. Snyder, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's on item 25. Obviously, I want to congratulate Susan Blitch. We've had the opportunity to talk many times. But I think you all are writing a revisionist history that I think we need to address for the public. The jail reports that were withheld from the Board of Supervisors and the condition of how the inmates were being treated. Susan Blitch, do you want to, you should ask Susan Blitch why you never got those reports. Susan Blitch was also co-counsel when the Board of Supervisors filed a slap motion against the Deputy Sheriff's Association when they were being harassed and threatened at work. Now, obviously, the county lost that lawsuit, but you've never publicly acknowledged that. In fact, after losing that slap motion and being told that, no, you're not allowed to use public funds to file slap motions against a union during an election, she drew up a contract again with Fenton Keller to file another slap motion. And I would only say to you that you've been ill-advised on what indemnification actually is. You've made some really unusual votes, and I think your votes deal with a lack of information. I'll address the rest of it in public comment, but I would say that when I filed a complaint against Susan Blitch, a county complaint, you allowed county council to sit in the closed session and you did no investigation on my complaint. So if you don't create accountability, I don't know why you're.
Sorry. Let's see, is there any other public comment?
Yes, phone number ending is 705.
Yes, 705. You have 2 minutes on the consent calendar.
Yes, this isn't public comment yet, is it?
No, it is not. This would be on the consent calendar.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And phone number ending in 837.
837. This is only for the consent calendar. Is this what you would like to comment on? Okay. Assuming you're for general public comment, so we'll move on. Is there anybody else? Okay, so we'll bring it back here to the board then. So we have everything 16 through 29.
She just wants to comment on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're going to pull 19. I thought you wanted to pull it.
I
Just comment?
questions and comments.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to pull item number 19, which is to approve I don't want to pull it. I want to figure this out. I want to, 19 is accepting a memorandum of understanding template for the provision of therapeutic services and mental health support by the county to students attending certain school districts in the county of Monterey for the August 1, 2024 to June 30, August 2025. And the reason that I want to pull this is I want to figure out how are the schools selected to participate in this program. As an example, it has been brought to my attention recently that one high school within the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District has had to have the local police force come to the school as many as 700 times in 1 year to assist with student-related issues that they may well have resolved had there been the availability of mental health services. Yet there are no schools on the coastal side of the county included in the list. And I just wanted to know if someone could please enlighten me on how the list was, the decision-making process on how the list was formed.
Good morning, Elsa Jimenez with the Health Department. I'm happy to answer your questions, Supervisor Adams. So on an annual basis, Behavioral Health's Children's System of Care team meets with the local superintendents to determine which school districts would be interested in contracting with the county behavioral health system of care to be able to provide psychiatric social workers as well as social workers on their campus. What we've seen over the last few years is that many of our local school districts, including some on the peninsula, have been able to secure additional resources and are able to hire their own psychiatric social workers and their own social workers to be able to support their student population. Previously, we used to contract with them, but again, it's really up to the school district. If they don't have the capacity, then they lean on us and look to us to be able to fill that gap. If there's a specific issue that you would like to speak about, we can definitely chat offline. I'm not familiar with the case that you're talking, but I'm happy to connect you with a key member from our team to be able to discuss that concern.
Thank you. I appreciate very much your response. And I would like to figure out if the school of concern or the school district of concern has simply not been applying for this. Not all of the schools within the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District are the same. And I am just conscious of this one, and I really hope to be able to figure out what we can do to help address this issue. I was really surprised to hear that number, and it was, validated for me. So thank you.
I will have somebody reach into your office.
Okay, thank you so much, Elsa.
And perhaps pursue a school resource officer getting that many calls on campus. Yeah.
So we'll bring back here then items 16 through 29. Does anybody want to make a motion to approve?
So moved.
Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Lopez, then all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. With that, we will move on to general public comments. Is there anybody in the chambers? Is there anybody online? I know we have a few.
Phone number ending in 902.
Yes, 902, you have 2 minutes on an item not on today's agenda.
Thank you. My name is Nina Beatty. Last night, Poisoned Ground aired on PBS. It's a documentary about the Love Canal Superfund site, and it's actually the city of Niagara Falls. There were many parallels between this Superfund site and what people experienced and one of the Superfund sites in Monterey County at Fort Ord. A school was built on the site of the Love Canal. And here in Monterey County, CSUMB was built on the site of the Superfund contamination. Homes were built around the main, one of the main sites in Niagara Falls, and they were occupied and people began to get sick from those homes. In Monterey County, there was a rush to evaluate the land and turn it over to developers, and homes have been built on the site of Fort Ord. The contamination was so great that people were first evacuated in the immediate vicinity, and then they were paid to relocate away from the Superfund site. Of course, in Fort Ord, that's not happening. The drinking water from the Monterey Peninsula is drawn from under the most contaminated area of the Superfund site here in Fort Ord, and the chemicals were not evaluated. Only a handful were ever evaluated there. You earlier had a resolution about crime victims, and victims can be from other types of crimes, and often they are the ones that are not recognized or compensated, or the crimes against them dealt with. The damage and the toll continues from Fort Ord and cancer and other diseases, and it's not being addressed. And recently I brought to the attention of another site.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
That was not addressed.
Phone number ending in 705.
Do you have 2 minutes?
Yes, good evening. Good morning. It's an interesting phenomenon that, as Senator Laird and Supervisor Church and all of you supervisors for that matter urge people to cut down eucalyptus trees as non-natives and invasives, we lose more and more of our monarch butterflies. Where does this pernicious pseudoscience called invasive species come from? Leroy Jackson was the public relations sales manager for Monsanto's Roundup. He co-founded the California Exotic Pest Plant Council and started infiltrating all the state and national parks, forests, local parks, and garden clubs. Springing tales of invasive species were overtaking the world, and now millions of us suffer the consequences of their poisons. Take the case of Spartina, a seagrass that is native to the East Coast and considered a valuable habitat for birds and all manner of marine life. In California, thousands of acres of Spartina were eradicated with poisons to get rid of the plant, and no studies were done of the deadly aftermath. So eucalyptus can be managed. It doesn't have to be spread like some deadly virus infecting nature. Don't succumb to the pseudoscience that is based on bias and chemical companies' money. I urge all listeners and public officials to save our magnificent eucalyptus trees that do so much for our air, our water, and our area. If they are such a fire hazard, why were they the only trees that didn't burn at Angel Island when the oaks did? The lies spread about these trees are despicable and dangerous to us all. The monarchs prefer eucalyptus trees above all others. In Mexico, the cartels are cutting down their monarch trees to grow avocados. Please, dear citizens, stop the insanity. We need all the trees now, and we don't have 50 years to grow new ones. Thank you.
Phone number ending in 837.
Yes, you have 2 minutes. 837. Phone number ending in 837.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Brian Rosen, and I just wish to state that the surf bus route sacrifices the very best rail alignment for the best bus alignment, helping to impede the return of rail to Monterey, making it more expensive and environmentally destructive. MST and TAMSI have repeatedly stated tracks wouldn't be removed to make way for surf. This has been stated in MST's environmental assessment. It's posted all over the internet in MST presentations. But Carl Cedric, General Manager of MST, recently revealed that 0.83 miles of rail would be removed. TAMSI's plan is to have rail on the corridor. When that happens, the surf project will be unnecessary. Why waste $91.5 million when a more environmentally friendly alternative is available? Rail has to happen and will happen when our leaders make it happen, which they are capable of doing. Surf only bypasses 5 miles of traffic, rail a lot more. With 46 bus stops on a route which takes 52 to 55 minutes to get from Salinas to Monterey, driving will still be quicker. Rail bypasses traffic for longer distances between Monterey and Santa Cruz and Monterey and the Bay Area. It's too expensive to widen highways. A carpool lane serving both carpools and buses on Highway 1 is needed as an alternative to surf. Santa Rosa has such a carpool HOV lane on 6-lane Highway 101. Traffic is even worse there, and the buses speed by most effectively. Why is this alternative not being adequately considered? It will not only make bus travel more efficient, not only MST buses, but encourage carpooling. Lots of air pollution reduction. The 2003 TAMSI applied to CTC for funds to purchase rail for intercity rail. The public wants the rail, doesn't want it hindered. The planet's in trouble. Please don't allow the precious environmentally sensitive stands and habitat.
2 minutes are up.
Christian Snyder.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Good morning again. Quick note, I would suggest that you take a look at the Victims Restitution Fund from the DA's office. Much like the Inmate Fund, I think there might be some funny things going on. Okay, hey, calm down. So, hold on 1 sec, sorry. That's my dog. So I wanted to talk to you real quick about Occam's razor versus Occam's broom. This is also going to apply to county council. So Occam's razor is pretty easy. If you hear hoofbeats around the corner, don't assume it's a unicorn, assume it's a horse. Occam's broom deals with when you want a certain result, you're going to put everything aside in order to make that result appear. So I think in a lot of the advice you've allegedly been getting from county council is they're giving you reasons on why not to do things. It doesn't mean that it's true. They're just giving you options that, for all you know, sound like an explanation. For example, if you vote to indemnify somebody, you have taken on the lawsuit. You are supposed to settle it. Then you go, if there's an issue, you go after the people you indemnified. If you are under the opinion that they were not acting during a scope of duty, but you had indemnified them, it doesn't mean that they weren't acting on behalf of the county or the county's not responsible. It means you're supposed to settle the lawsuit and go after the people who did the wrong things. Now, I don't know where you got lost in this, but because this deals with elections and public funds, I don't even think you've accounted into the fact that how many federal funds were used.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes are up. Is nobody else online? Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak? Seeing none, then we'll close public comment on items not on today's agenda and move on to item number 7, which is to consider accepting the 2023 annual report from the Monterey County's Mitigation Monitoring Program. Mr. Spencer. Oh, and Mary Israel too, yes.
All right, good morning, Chair Church and members of the dais, other supervisors. My name is Mary Israel. I'm the Condition of Approval Program Supervisor, and I'm going to present the Condition of Approval Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program Annual Report. Here's a brief background on the program. The board adopted the Condition of Approval Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, which I will call Program from now on, in 2001 as a result of the Leaper Settlement Agreement. After a second litigation in 2011, it was further refined to meet California Environmental Quality Act monitoring requirements, and also to give the ability more to the public for more review and monitoring of the compliance with CEQA. So the projects approved without mitigation measures are exempt from the program compliance, but staff monitors condition compliance on those projects in the same manner. All of the projects that are in the program and that are in your annual report that you're reviewing are projects with mitigation measures applied. So the purpose of CEQA is to reduce significant environmental impacts of land use projects when feasible to do so. Lead agencies identify feasible measures or changes to projects to mitigate impacts, and then lead agencies and responsible agencies as well adopt mitigation measures with monitoring requirements through permit conditions, agreements, and other measures. CEQA also requires that lead agencies ensure implementation. The program is the set of procedures that ensure implementation on planning's permitted projects. As you review the 170-page annual report, that's an attachment to this resolution, you might wonder what is going into this. So here's a quick breakdown. The annual report presents the status in January of this year for all projects approved with mitigation measures in 2023 and older projects that are selected by the CAPS during 2023 for inclusion in the annual report. They are presented with a brief summary chart and an introduction in the front, and then you find a series of standalone responsible departments annual reports that certify that their project's compliance are compliant with the program for the conditions of approval and mitigation measures that they, as responsible department, put onto the individual projects. By program definition, responsible department is a term for the teams or agencies that prepare, monitor, or report on compliance with mitigation measures. So for example, that would be Environmental Health Bureau's land use group. Here's a brief summary on this slide of the projects that were subject to the 2023 annual report. For land use projects approved in 2023 with mitigation measures, the county prepared one EIR with addendum, 10 mitigated negative declarations for single projects, and we had 9 projects that were relying on a programmatic mitigative negative declaration, which was for cannabis in the Salinas area. The county approved 2 discretionary permits that relied on outside agency EIRs, Environmental Impact Report. That was Pfeiffer Big Sur Campground and Highway 156 roundabouts. These recent projects are currently working toward compliance with their conditions of approval and mitigation measures. And in this slide, we refer to that as the COA-MM. The annual report shows that there were no compliance issues described in certifications from responsible departments for these projects. The only older project selected by the CAPS for this year was September Ranch, and that's because when the project was amended in 2023, 19 conditions of approval or mitigation measures were not brought forward with the amendment in 2023. So no other projects were included, and there was no interest from public during 2023 for an additional subdivision to be included. Condition compliance requires many steps, including pre- and post-hearing dialogue with permit holders, coordination of condition compliance documentation, and specific tasks that are done in Acela, which is our permit database. Staff require training to do these things effectively. In 2023, the CAPS trained new planners on August 3rd, and then with the help of Deputy County Counsel Robert Breyer, all responsible department was trained in a 2-hour Zoom meeting on November 15th. With many new staff in housing community development, the CAPS gave ongoing one-on-one support throughout the year. A comment letter came in from Mike Weaver, which was received and reviewed by staff. The comments were taken into consideration by the Chief of Planning for Trails Planning efforts. No change to the COA-MMRP annual report is needed. Therefore, it's staff's recommendation that the board adopt a resolution to accept the 2023 annual report on the status of mitigation monitoring. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Have any questions on the board? Supervisor Adams?
Thank you so much for the report. It may have been buried in all the data, but I just wanted to ask, this is a really important item to look at the mitigation particularly, and I just wanted to know about the follow-up. And so, I mean, all of the mitigation plans in the world doesn't do much good if we aren't following up to make sure that they're being implemented and that's happening. Do we have adequate staff within the department to really be able to track these things? And that's one set of questions. The other question then is that what happens to somebody if they're not doing it? You know, they took down the trees anyway.
I think
I like the way you're smiling here. I don't know what that means, but
I'll take the staffing part of that, and then Mary can probably answer the more technical parts of how we enforce our mitigations and conditions of compliance. So through last year's budget, the board did provide us with a second permit technician position, and we reallocated a position we had. So we now have 2 dedicated permit technicians assigned to condition compliance to work with Mary as the condition of approval program manager. I got that wrong, but it's the CAPS. And we do have one associate planner who does a little bit of both current planning and condition compliance. So we have 4 staff dedicated to helping assure that the conditions are tracked, that there is evidence of the condition, satisfaction of the conditions put into our system before the condition is approved, and each condition has a timing. So someone is tracking to make sure any of the conditions that are required prior to issuance of a permit or filing of a final map are all documented as being met before that step happens and before that sign-off is given. So we are doing, I think, providing that service with the staff we have right now.
Thank you.
Director Spencer did say about half of what I was going to tell you, which is staff of each responsible department. So I mentioned Environmental Health Bureau, land use, are the staff that are checking the quality of the reporting and required reports for their enforcement of their conditions of approval or mitigation measures. And likewise, planning is doing all the planning ones, and other responsible departments throughout housing community development are monitoring their own conditions of approval. So it's not just all on me, thank goodness. And but I do play an important role, and it is outlined in the program document that if a responsible department staff does not find that a permit holder is in compliance with particularly like ongoing monitoring measures. So as Director Spencer said, just as a background, perhaps they've all met all the way up to final map, and they're getting that next step entitlement or sorry, not next step entitlement, next step ministerial permit or final map that they've done all of their condition compliance to meet. But then there are some ongoing monitoring ones, and often they do have to do with restoration and tree maintenance and landscaping maintenance and like that. So when that is an ongoing condition, there's usually annual reporting that's required. If someone in the responsible department finds that annual reports are not coming in a timely manner or are incomplete, they have a next step, which is to contact me as the CAPS and to document that in a CELA with a condition compliance form. Then I have an opportunity to reach out to the permit holder and say, we might need to meet and confer if you can't commit to a time at which these reports will be made. And so usually that is all that it takes.
And does that happen very often?
No, not very often.
So most
usually
people
the
are
responsible
in
departments
just, you know.
Yes, so through the chair, usually the responsible department staff do an adequate job of insisting on getting follow-up documentation. There's just been 2 instances in my whole time as 4 years now as CAPS in which we did have a meet and confer with the permit holder, and it did resolve the situation.
Thank you.
Any other comments, the board? I'll take us out to the public then. Anybody in the chambers that would like to discuss this matter?
Good morning, board. I'm Eloise Shim, and I noticed that on the report it said there was 9 MNDs in Salinas about the cannabis. So that just sounds very vague to me. Could you sort of clarify and expand? It sounds too general and vague. I don't know what an MND. Can you give an example since there was 9?
Thank you for your comments. Anybody want to answer or whatever, I guess?
Yeah, we can answer. The MND stands for Mitigated Negative Declaration. It's a CEQA term. It means that there are not significant impacts on the environment that cannot be mitigated to a less than significant level. We did prepare a 45-site programmatic and initial study that resulted in a mitigated negative declaration under CEQA for 45 different properties that were seeking to obtain cannabis permitting in the Salinas area. The permits that moved forward relied on that CEQA documentation as the CEQA action, and the mitigation measures that were identified in that 45-site MND were applied to those projects as they were considered and were approved.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. That's difficult sometimes to cut through governmentese. Anybody else in the chamber that would like to comment? Is there anybody online?
Margie Kay?
Yes, Margie, would you have 2 minutes?
Thank you. I appreciate this update, and I've been I didn't know that there was a public outreach for this, but I just want to take a moment to ask one of the supervisors to ask for a update on the code enforcement violation complaints and see where that is, because I know that that's way behind in getting resolved. and what the caseload is and the staffing for it. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. We'll address your question, and I know you're one of my constituents, so I can have that information for you then when it's provided to my office. Anybody else online? I move approval. Is there anybody else online? No. Okay. Motion by Supervisor Alejo. Is there a second? Supervisors, I'll second it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. We'll move on to item number 8, which is to authorize the County Administrative Office to apply for charging infrastructure for government fleets. This Cora, I believe, is online. Some others.
Good morning. Cora Fantrod here, Sustainability Program Manager, and I'm here to present today on the Charging for Government Fleets program. That is a great opportunity to jumpstart the county's EV charging infrastructure. And Kenji will be leading our presentation, and he'll be getting set up now. So last week, the board approved the county's third power purchase agreements to implement a multi-million-dollar project without upfront cost or balance sheets impacts. The draft budget that will be presented today uses the same concepts to provide electric vehicle charging infrastructure to the county without upfront cost using infrastructure utilization agreements, and is supported by additional power purchase agreements for solar energy to reduce the charging cost of the vehicles. In this option, the cash and in-kind match requirements are paid without capital cost through the utilization agreements and county staff time. The item today is only to apply for the grant, and if awarded, staff will return to the Budget Committee to fully evaluate this financing strategy, along with other options that best benefit the county with the available incentives. The grant is also being written to provide county with flexibility to adhere to all county procurement policies and board and committee direction. Additionally, we've had weekly meetings to make this grant happen with Public Works Facilities and Parks, the Health Department, and Social Services staff. So thanks to everyone for your hard work and interest in moving quickly to deploy EV infrastructure and support the county's clean fleets purchasing policy. If awarded, there will be future opportunities to add sites for charger deployment. So far, we've had interest and support from the Sheriff's Department and County Counsel's Office. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kenji DeBerry, our Project Development Manager with Mint Systems, to get into the details of the application.
Great, thank you, Cora. Is everyone able to see the screen? The presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for allowing us the opportunity to present this exciting grant funding opportunity for the county, as Cora mentioned, to accelerate fleet charging infrastructure projects throughout the county's fleet. So, sorry, I'm just trying to advance the slide. So I wanted to take this time to underscore the purpose of the grant and why we are applying for it with the county. So the California Energy Commission's Clean Transportation Program has announced really a rare opportunity for counties and public entities to apply for a competitive grant that will provide electrical vehicle charging infrastructure for light-duty government fleets. There has never been in the history of this type of solicitation through the Clean Transportation Program a solicitation available. And so one has been made, and we believe that the county is well positioned to not just apply, but also to win this grant. The purpose of the grant is to support the electrification of light-duty government fleets by providing reliable and readily accessible electric vehicle charging infrastructure dedicated to these fleets, as well as supporting the sustainability and climate action plans for the county and reducing vehicle emissions in disadvantaged and low-income communities. Now, the grant timeline, the solicitation was released at the end of last year, and there's a deadline to submit the full application by next Tuesday, with a notice of proposed awards to be issued at the end of June. And then the completion of after the award, there will be a negotiation period between the county and all the stakeholders involved. And when that contract is signed with the California Energy Commission, we have until June 30th of 2028 to complete the project. Now, just to give a high-level summary, because there's a lot of content here to digest, and so I move through this presentation, that as Cora mentioned, we are just seeking board approval today just to apply for a $6 million California Energy Commission grant to support the fleet electrical vehicle charging infrastructure, which is due again next Tuesday. So how will we leverage those funds for the build-out? We're looking to support a build-out of 150 dual-port EV chargers across 17 county facility sites, serving the health, social services, and public works and facilities departments over the next 3 to 4 years. The county will have a zero capital expenditure in terms of applying for investments in this grant. And we'll talk a little bit more later in the presentation about our strategy to supply capital investments for these projects. And so the benefit will also be from an accelerated EV charger build out, totaling 20 million, with additional financing opportunities for on-site solar to offset increased energy demand from the fleet infrastructure upgrades. There will be a subset of installed DC fast chargers that will also be made available to the public at a subsidized rate that will be available at certain site locations. And then all DC fast chargers can also participate in a vehicle-to-grid demand response program that can generate further revenue for the county. So just a high-level overview of the contents of this presentation. We'll first address the site selections, how we develop those site selections, an EV fleet analysis, looking at the priority vehicles that we selected, EV charging and fleet network provider that we're recommending, as well as the budget and financing options for those capital investments. And then on top of which, briefly mentioning the solar PV carport aspect of the project, and then finally closing on the public charging access component of the grant. So the site ranking process, and this was, again, as Cora mentioned, a multi-stakeholder effort, and we appreciate all the time and consideration here and the input from the various county departments. So we evaluated the number of vehicles domiciled at each site location. We also evaluated the location if the site was considered and designated in what's considered a California priority population. So that means a low-income or disadvantaged community. And then there is also an evaluation on the siting potential for solar systems. And we also evaluated the public access for charging. And then we evaluated the replacement priority of the domiciled vehicles. And all these rankings will, in effect, influence the scoring outcome of the grant. And so that's the driver behind this ranking process. And so after we performed this analysis, we identified 17 priority EV fleet sites, in which you can see here the addresses are listed along with the name and purpose of that facility, and then the percentage of the fleet that is domiciled at that facility location. And the biggest one being on this list, the administrative headquarters, which is the health department. From here, we just want to show a geographical dispersion of all the sites that were evaluated and selected. And as we can see, there were sites across Monterey County, both in Salinas, as well as Marina and Monterey, and then in Soledad, and finally in King City. Now, out of all these sites, there was an evaluation of the fleet replacement models, and we evaluated against vehicle size as well as odometer readings on the fleet vehicle inventory that's available today. And so there were 4 different categories that we evaluated against, which was a small, medium, large, and very large vehicle size class. And we took, and the next column is the examples of the existing fleet of that type of vehicle class. So you have Ford Fusions in the small, Ford Escapes in the medium, and the large and the very large are typically truck or very large vans. The next column represents the number of vehicles to be replaced. And then we provided an example and suggested EV replacement that could be an excellent substitute for that vehicle class. And so the total number of vehicles to be replaced over the next 3 to 4 years under this grant would be approximately 281 fleet vehicles. And these next slides, we just want to socialize this with the board so they understand these are some of the EV fleet replacements that the county could consider. For the large and very large fleet vehicles, there is a GM model of a Silverado truck that, again, is all electric and can publicly fast charge and add 100 miles in about 10 minutes. And this is, again, a great vehicle to substitute out the large and very large class vehicles in the fleet. And then we also have the medium and lower size class vehicles, the Equinox EV and the Blazer EV, also supplied through GM, that offer as great substitutes for those fleet replacements. In terms of a site vehicle replacement schedule, as I mentioned earlier, we evaluated both on class sizes, on odometer readings, and a number of other metrics to determine the waves of that replacement schedule. Now, the waves aren't determined by a time period, but they're more priority by the odometer reading and the size of the vehicle, and also stakeholder input on which vehicles they prefer to replace first. And so we have approximately 5 waves over the course of 3 to 4 years. And as I mentioned, total vehicles need to be replaced are 281. And we paired that then with the number of EV chargers that would need to be deployed. Now, again, because EV fleets require an abundance of new energy and power, we evaluated all the power constraints and all the energy considerations, and have determined that there would be, over the same wave schedule, approximately 150 public EV charging stations that need to be deployed at all 17 sites. And so the final number of EV charging ports would be 300 ports across the county for this grant opportunity. On top of which, we look at also the tailpipe reductions, because there are sustainability goals attached to this grant. And so we wanted to evaluate the annual emission reduction impacts per wave by this fleet replacement schedule. And as you can see, across all vehicle classes, throughout all 5 waves, there will be, on an annual basis, a reduction of over 500 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions per year. And so that is a clear statement that the county can promote and obviously benefit from, as well as the local communities in the area on reduced air pollution impacts. In terms of the EV fleet charging recommendations, we have 2 models here that we've analyzed and evaluated for proposing on this grant proposal. The first is a level 2 model, which is a lower power fleet charger, but it still is a very top tier class charger that supports fleet electrification, and just can really support the maybe smaller and medium class vehicles. And when we get into the larger class vehicles and that require more rapid recharge and more recharging time because of the frequent use of those fleets, we recommend this DC fast charger model that is supplied through FreeWire. We selected this particular DC fast charger because the county already has a couple of these units in place in the county. But then there's 2 additional features just to make note of here that are really advantageous. Is one, because of the integrated battery inside of the charging unit, it is able to provide site backup power to a facility in the event of a blackout. And then because fleets are such critical assets and needed to provide critical services throughout the county, if the grid were to ever be interrupted or to go down because of an outage, the FreeWire unit will still be operational because of that integrated battery and still be able to service those critical fleet vehicles. And so there would be no interruption to fleet charging times. So we felt that those pieces here really lend to the recommendations on the charger type. On top of which, as I mentioned earlier, there will be without a doubt a large power demand from this added fleet. And so we wanted to take into considerations and concerns about which chargers could help mitigate those operational costs due to the increased power demand. And the FreeWire is a perfect example of how through the integrated battery, it can lower the operating costs for the county by as much as 70%, or $35,000 per year per unit, as compared to other traditional DC fast chargers to support fleets. On top of which, there's also a charger network that is in charge that we're recommending here, that is both a streamlined platform for fleet managers, comes highly recommended. It can work multi-sites and is very seamless across the board in terms of managing and automating charging sessions, as well as understanding vehicle behaviors and mileage, and is also integrated with existing telematics on the vehicle side. So the core of the project obviously revolves around the budget here, and we're looking at a $20 million budget for this project. Now, the CEC will reimburse $6 million of that total budget cost, and then there will be a match of approximately $14.6 million that will be provided to cover the remainder of those costs. And so we've broken those costs out by categories here on the left-hand column. And one thing to note here is that while county staff time tracking is a potential source of match, it's not required to meet the match requirement and can be billed over the term of the project, which is 4 years. But I want to talk to you next about how we've really worked to develop a match strategy and a financing proposal that will not impact any of the county budget, capital budgets. So we have worked with a partner, a capital partner, sustainability partners. And so the match strategy would be that the county could enter into an infrastructure utilization agreement with sustainability partners, and sustainability partners would provide the upfront capital to facilitate the budget required to meet the project goals. And that would support payment to vendors, procurement, and contractors in a timely manner. This is this capital upfront outlay by sustainability partners is eligible as the match contribution for the grant. So then from here, that the capital investment is covered by sustainability partners. But what I want to harp on here next is something that's innovative that you won't really find through other traditional lenders, and that is really only available through sustainability partners, is that the county will then invoice the CEC for reimbursement and will receive payment from the CEC, and they can leverage that $6 million in reimbursement as unrestricted capital funds for other county projects. And such as you could use that for facility upgrades, you could use that for other programs and services. Maybe it's for more youth programs and supporting future sporting champions, as we heard earlier today. And congratulations, by the way. And so we think this is a fantastic option for the county to consider here, that, again, there's no capital outlay for the county. You have an expedited procurement process that satisfies vendor payments. And also there's a third party that will be performing the ongoing O&M and asset management services provided to the charging equipment. Additional considerations here is that the financier, so sustainability partners, is flexible on the type of asset ownership here. So whether it's third party or the county owns it. And the financier is willing to explore other capital for the solar and other battery deployments at sites that can also be considered match contributions. So this is the crux of the grant proposal in terms of the budget, the grant match strategy, and the financing proposal. The second part of the budget that is a separate project but will lend itself to facilitating and supporting the fleet electrification for the county is a solar carport project. And so our team here performed a solar siting analysis, and we evaluated all the priority sites, and we found of the 17 priority sites that 16 were eligible for PV carport systems. They met the space requirements, and it would be of great benefit to the county in terms of energy generation, clean energy generation, and the total project capacity of the solar side is approximately 5.24 megawatts, and the total project size would be $34.5 million. Now, through other projects that we're in contract with the county currently, we would leverage we could leverage a multi-site PPA to avoid any of these capital expenditures for the county, and it can be procured via either a sole source agreement or through an RFP process. And again, we believe that by deploying solar on site, it will support the reduction of vehicle emissions, of also facility emissions, any grid impacts, any increase in energy costs will be offset by the solar carports. And finally, the last piece we want to present to the board and we feel is very important is the public charging access and how this is a community benefit. As you may know, the state has ambitious goals to electrify much of the state, both on buildings as well as vehicles. And one way to get the public to adopt more electric vehicles is to provide more reliable and more accessible charging access. And so what we evaluated is of the 17 sites, we see that 14 of them could be sites sufficient to provide public DC fast charging access. Now we would, through the combination of the energy management tools provided through the chargers, as well as the solar systems on the site, we would be able to offer public charging rates at a subsidized rate to those communities, to those residents who need it. And that would help offset any of the energy costs incurred by the county. And so the priority access for those chargers would be for fleet chargers for 52 vehicles, but it would also allow public access to those residents in low-income areas. And so in sum, we feel this is a fantastic community benefit when there is a gap in charging access for many of the residents in these areas. So in summary, we want to just look at, again, the highlights here that the County of Monterey EV Fleet Charging Grant application is due next Tuesday. Today, we are just asking and seeking Board of Supervisor approval to only apply for this grant opportunity. And again, there's no penalty to not accept the award. The innovation of this grant opportunity, why we believe it'll be so competitive and why we believe firmly that the county will win this award is that there are zero capital costs required to implement this project. Staff will return to the board if the award is made for authorization to accept and to accept budget committee items. And as per the grant requirement, the match will be covered not directly by the county, but indirectly through its agreement with a financing partner through the infrastructure utilization agreement. So with that, I appreciate your time and your attention to the presentation, and I will turn it back over to Cora.
Thanks, Kenji, for the thorough presentation on how the proposal aims to develop the project without the upfront capital or match cost. Just a reminder that if the award happens, then we will go back to present this option along with other possibilities to the budget committee and then return to the board to accept the award. There was a lot of information there, and the Mint team and I are happy to address any questions. We also have Brian Figgenshow with Sustainability Partners on the line, who is the financier working with Mint to address any questions regarding the financial structure of the utilization agreements. So I will now turn it back to the board and the public for any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. I have a couple questions myself. I know I see some other board members do. Those 14 sites that are being set aside for public access, those are an additional to the 17, or are those at those 17 sites have been identified for the county use?
Yes, thank you. That's an excellent question. Those are the 14 sites of the existing 17 that were identified. However, through negotiations, we can determine if that is the appropriate number to supply for the public. And so that will be determined at the time of the award on how we wish to proceed with public access.
And those charging stations are going to be subsidized, so they'll be lower rates than somebody would normally get. It's because they're intended for low-income communities, correct?
Correct. Currently, DC fast charging rates, if you look at the EP mileage calculator They are equivalent of 50% the cost of a gallon of gasoline. And so through this proposition, we hope to reduce that by at least another 50% so that it would be the equivalent of 25% the cost of a gallon of gasoline. That is the target subsidized rate.
Thank you on that. And of course, as we all know, cars are mobile and don't stay in higher or lower income neighborhoods. So I'm just questioning whether or not that's going to be used as with a discount, it's going to just become hubs of attraction from anybody who has an electric vehicle, and then it's just going to be difficult for the people who really need it or anybody to use it because they're always constantly going to be used. Is there any way to address that?
Yes, excellent question. So the charging network and energy management system on board the chargers have different sets of custom controls that can provide certain, again, times of day access or other. So if it's not a fleet vehicle, then they won't be able to charge at the station and denied access. So it's, again, at the privy of the facility managers and the county on how they would like to provide access to the public. But there is a lot of different custom controls available to determine that type of access.
Yeah, but my question was, how are we going to prevent someone with a Tesla coming in with a much less expensive car from somebody who lives in and is one of these low-income neighborhoods? They may want to use it, but there may be somebody from a more affluent area of the county coming and using it. Word gets out, and people are always looking for a deal, whatever your income is. So I have real concern that that's going to become an influx for use from everybody. And so that's my question is, if it's meant for low-income neighborhoods, how are we going to keep it so the majority of people using it are low-income people?
Yes, and I'm happy to take that question more offline. And it does, but just to answer it just firmly here on the call, the network has a lot of different feature sets that can isolate and identify through the telematics of the vehicle and have controls and filters in terms of which vehicles could charge at a certain location. But again, I'll take that question. It's deserving of a more thorough explanation.
Sure, I understand there's some technical aspects to it. I think it's an issue we'll probably have to come back and address at some point. I'm not completely comfortable. That's going to be the best way to handle it, but I appreciate it. You did mention my last question here. I got two questions ago. Actually, this question is, there's controls on these devices, so all of them are going to be available for the public, for example, on weekends when we're not maybe running a fleet, or the majority of them, or at nights when we're not running? Or are these just total separate ones that for the public to use?
That is at the determination of the county in terms of the type of access that they want to make available to the public.
And then, all right, thank you. And my final just kind of question, comment on it is, it seems to be these charging stations a little Salinas-centric. The peninsula seems a little short, and South County short. And in North County, I noticed there's none, for example, out in Pajaro or Castroville. So I hope maybe might want to look around there a little bit and see a better way to distribute. But Supervisor Alejo, I know you had some questions.
Yes. Obviously, this is what we wanted. A few years ago, we did two referrals. One, to help make our energies more energy efficient. And number two, looking at the charging infrastructure throughout our county. As you were just rightly pointing out, there's those areas, those pockets where there is definitely a need. And pursuing these grants when there's money available is our responsibility, but also trying to utilize it to make sure that we're planning for this infrastructure to be fair to all corners of our county. And there's a lot of work to be done, and that's why when Ashley Paulsworth was here, at least on the energy, the facilities energy efficiency, we started with the first three, two at the jail or the sheriff's department, and then one at Schilling. But there's a lot more to do. One thing that we haven't done, though, I think, and it's reflected in this proposal here because it says here, and no problem with men's systems. I'm glad they're partners and the deadline's on Tuesday, but it says the staff will partner with men's systems as a co-applicant. And it seems like that applying for $6 million in funding is locking us in versus having fair competition through an RFP process. There's a lot of potential providers, and this board and the public doesn't know, are we getting the best deal for the price? And Mint is helping us with the two systems, the jail and at Schilling, and we've raised this in the past. This was the preferred provider that Ms. Paulsworth went for. But as we move to apply for more grants, I think it's incumbent upon us to have a competitive process where this board could see what are we getting, what do other people are providing versus locking us in like this is wanting to do already, because there's a deadline on Tuesday and not giving us a choice to see who else is out there, what else could they provide, and are we getting the best deal for the best price. So I wanted to raise that because I think competition is good, and as we could pursue these major grants that are available, we shouldn't just say there's only one person. We should be looking at who else could we potentially be partnering. I think I want to just express that. Had this had time to come to Alternative Energy Committee, I would have brought it up. I'm sure the Budget Committee would have brought up similar concerns. But I wanted to put that on the record because I think as we proceed with other opportunities, that we need to get back to doing what we normally do and having a competitive process. Thank you.
Yeah, that was the exact same concern I shared on the last project. We were backed into a corner and told, you've got to do it in the next week because we're up against a deadline. It was the same partner. Again, I don't have an issue with goal and where we're headed, but twice we've been backed into a corner and told it's your only option and this is the only way forward. I'll share that I've got some additional concerns that I think need to be looked at. Obviously, these are federal dollars that were approved during the pandemic that are now bleeding out, finally making their way to local governments for actual implementation through the state. So looking at how long it's taken us to get to the point where they're available to us, I'm worried about by the time we get to construction, what inflation is going to do to the cost of these chargers. As I understand, DCFC chargers are about $80,000 right now per charger. This project puts us at $130,000 per $133,000 before financing charges. So these numbers are crazy to me per charger. And then big picture, I want to be realistic. If those numbers go up if we don't see this money realistically for a year to 2 years, what are real charges going to be at that time? And so I don't want to paint this, hey, we can put in 150 units that are going to be 300 units into the community. I think we need to be realistic. I'd rather apply for the 6, get the 6, and see where they're most needed on an equity basis. I think that's what makes most sense to me. I'd like to do it on our own if possible, given where we're sitting today. But, I mean, looking at all these different pieces, I've got some big questions, and I don't like being put in a corner. The last one is just that as we look at communities where we are, I also want to look at communities where we aren't. I mean, I think a community as a resource desert is Greenfield. There's nothing there, and I've been pushing. I want to see a children's behavioral health facility there, and so I don't want to say, well, now this is going to become part of the criteria. We can't go there because we don't have chargers, so we can't park our cars there, right? It's going to be limiting in the future if we don't look at where we want to be. And so those are some of the big things. And Supervisor Church, just from experience, to talk to your question about weekends, and that's when our vehicles are stored, and that same slot is where we're going to store the vehicle. So realistically, they're not going to be available to the community on evenings and weekends. Just throwing that out there.
Thank you on that. Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. I think my colleagues made some of the same comments that I had questions here. The other one, you kind of touched on this a little bit, Supervisor Lopez, but I appreciate the fact that there are financing options for this and that we have partners willing to co-invest with us. But the big question that I have is, being that this is a priority for the county, and that there are long-term cost benefits to be had, did we consider, or would we consider, or why didn't we consider the opportunity for the county to finance this project and then benefit, have those investments flow back into county resources? The other thing, so I guess that's a question. I'm not sure, we are on a timeline here, and I don't want to not move forward, but if there was a way to move forward without having the commitment of the reinvestment or the co-investment, so we can make that decision once we've had a minute to take a closer look at it, I would appreciate that as an option if that is one available to us. The other thing that this just brings up for me is the need for a countywide facilities master plan, which we've talked about, which we've kind of put on the list, which we've taken off the list, because all of these things do kind of touch one another. All of these decisions that we're making about what the future of county facilities for the next 20 years look like, where they're located, where they're consolidated, where they're not consolidated, which facility and sites we may not need a long-term, to hold on to for the long term. I think that factors into all sorts of other decisions that we're making. And it was one that we put back on our CIP as a priority. So I'm hoping that we can figure out how to fund that. I know we're moving into different financial times. But I guess that would be my big question is this something that we can move forward with today to get the application submitted, giving us just a little more time to take a closer look at the financing options available to us? Or are we committing to the financing partnership if we submit the application as it's currently drafted now?
Do we have an answer on that?
Can I tag on and just ask, are we also committing to creating 150 stations?
Okay, that's also a good question. Or are we committed to funding as many as can be funded with the
6 million?
That's a great question. Right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know which one of you want to go first, but Cora, do you want to go?
We can let Ezekiel go first, and then I would just ask for Supervisor Askew to clarify the question about the $6 million disbursement, and then I have a number of responses that I can give as well after Ezekiel goes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Supervisors and Cora, members of the public. So we do have the option as a county, if we want to apply for this grant, to provide the matching dollars directly if that's what the board chooses to do. I think that is something that we could explore further. And I'm not sure what the timing is for on this, Cora, on amending the application, if that's something that we want to leave open. But what is the match requirement? It is in order for the county to get the $6 million.
So the match requirement is a 30% match, and then that can be broken down into in-kind or a cash percentage by 15% each. There is room to have the county supply that match contribution in cash at this time. It would require some reworking, and the ability to move forward with the larger scale application for 150 chargers versus what would be covered with only that $6 million. Again, that is at the discretion of the board. But this project is designed to be that first influx to serve a wide variety of departments and county vehicle needs, as well as providing this public infrastructure. So you can get more with less in one way or the other. It's just a decision that needs to be made.
Yeah, thank you for that, Cora. So based on the information that she provided, Supervisors, if you wanted to make that, provide a direction today, the county does have the funds to provide the match to obtain the $6 million. And if you wanted to evaluate the bigger project as a whole, to have the ability to have a more competitive process for the entire plan that was presented today for solar panels, installation of more chargers, I think that we could evaluate that as well. But for the grant purposes, that is due next Tuesday. The county can provide those funds as long as the board prioritizes this as a priority. We will identify the matching dollars.
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I didn't understand. So, so you're saying that in order to submit the grant, we have to make the decision today as to whether or not the county provides the funding or we work with an investment partner. Is there an opportunity? Is there a way to submit the grant application and make that decision in the future?
So I think what this hinges upon, Supervisor Askew, is that the grant budget that is submitted to the California Energy Commission and is vastly dependent on the amount of chargers that we would like to install. And if the county wants to contribute the 30% match requirement, which would be about $1.8 million, then the amount of chargers for that project size would be reduced. So if we were going to go with a financing opportunity to install more chargers, then that would, in a sense, be locked in based on the award documents that were submitted to the Energy Commission. However,
Cora, if I could add one additional point of clarification, this is Sam Irvin with the Mint team. What the partnership with the financing provides us the opportunity to do, as Cora mentioned, is maximize the total total charger count that are deployed throughout this, the domiciles of the county. Ultimately, that enables us to provide the most competitive application and go after bonus points that are available from the state based on the count of chargers being deployed. There is a strategy to submit the grant through match from the county. However, I would say that that application would likely be less competitive on its scoring outcome when presented to the state.
Okay, and so what I hear is that that decision has to be made now as we submit the grant. It's not a decision that can be, we can't submit this and then come back later and say we want to partner with financing. So it's a decision, so the grant either has to be submitted as it's sort of proposed now with financing partnership or with the county committing dollars that we haven't had a chance to vet. $1.8 million is a pretty significant amount when we look at our capital financing needs. And I don't know that I'm fully understanding why it's a more competitive application with the financing, but what I hear you saying is that it is a more competitive application, and without us having the opportunity as a board and a budget team to take a look at where do we come up with $1.8 million and what does that mean, what choices are we making, I'm hesitant to commit to that in the moment right now. I also don't want to lose the opportunity to invest in something that we've identified and know is a countywide priority. So I think it's a good discussion. I think there's clearly some more work that we need to do in sustainability planning and bringing everyone along. But I don't want to lose opportunity that's before us right now.
Supervisor Askew, I think that's a good summary. And I just wanted to address as well that the grant is being written still to provide the county with the most flexibility to go for future competitive RFPs. So Mint was chosen originally as part of the 4217B process that allows us to work with them for the other projects that were presented to the board last week. So as long as energy savings outweigh the cost of the project, then we can move forward with Mint Systems. And they seemed like a natural partner given their work and ability to integrate these projects into the master energy services agreements that is already approved by the board. However, we are writing this specifically so that if the board wants to prioritize going out for an RFP, then Mint will be our partner in facilitating making that happen. But we want to make sure that we get the best deal for the county. And that also goes for the financing partner and options for the county to own these elements of infrastructure outright, either through a bond or other financing. We want to make sure that this stays open while we have the ability to apply for an ambitious and competitive project.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Alejo, you had a
yes, I wanted to go back because, yeah, if there's a way, as Ezekiel Mr. Vega pointed out, if we could commit to putting the 1.8 in the application, because at that point we don't know if we got the grant yet, but it would give us more time. I hope that in the future when we see grant opportunities, we're not getting them less than a week before the application, number one, because we know there's a lot of money more than ever that's becoming available for this type of infrastructure. But there is a lot more options, and we don't know. We don't know what we're getting. It says this is we're planning for a $6 million award, but the total cost is almost $55 million. And we don't know yet what other competitors could offer the county, because we haven't had a competitive process so far. Mint came in, but there's, just so you know, there's a lot of other providers in this realm that provide these services for counties. And until this board has some competition, we don't know what we're getting for our dollars. We're just being told we could use their financing, which seems like a big amount of money beyond the $6 million. and we don't know if we could be getting a better price from others. That's what I'm saying. And if there's a way that we could apply and utilize this time to open it up for an RFP and see what competitors could do, I would rather have that, because we're only committing on paper. We don't even have to accept the award even for granted yet, but we would have the time to have a competitive process, and I think that's healthy. We shouldn't lock ourselves in blindly, because I say blindly because I said we haven't seen any other offers yet to do this work, and that's what makes me more comfortable at this time.
Mr. Chair, could I jump in on that just to, kind of in a conversation way? I agree. I just want to point out what I heard, which is that the application is more competitive because for the state $6 million, they're going to get 150 dual chargers, so 300 total connection units, versus if we're only applying for 6 and we're not committing to get all the way up to 150, whatever we can afford for the 6. That being said, I completely agree with you and would second to take this approach, because then I think we're more transparent about what we're doing, creating competition and giving ourselves a better opportunity to realize what's out there, which I think is critical given the fact that we've now had this conversation twice on projects.
Supervisor Adams?
I don't know. I disagree with you all. I really do. I believe in our staff. I think we have excellent people who have done the work that they needed to do as they brought this toward us. I mean, they're not sticking their head in a, pile of sand making these decisions. They've done the research and would not be bringing something forward if they did not believe that this is the best thing for us to do. I think sometimes we get caught up with passing on things like this because it's not exactly perfect for what it is that we want, but it's progress. And I firmly believe that we need to move forward. I just think that we get caught up with, listening to ourselves talk in some ways. I think that this is a good idea, and I do not see the downside, to look around and say, well, maybe we can get a better deal. Really? It's $6 million that is going to be covered. I just feel like, we've been talking about the importance that we feel of getting charging systems, chargers up. We've got, it's a great opportunity for us to be able to do this. Perhaps the locations aren't perfect for what we want. I expect that we'll have a little bit of leeway so that we can make some changes in that. But as far as the overall process, as far as the overall project, I think that we should say yes and move forward with it. It's, as I said, I've got confidence in our staff. I believe that they would not have brought something forward if they had not done the research to show the best way that we can go forward.
Looking at this, it's an opportunity I hate to see us pass up as well, but I also feel like we're in an awkward position because ultimately, whatever staff works on, this board is the ones ultimately responsible for. And I share Supervisor Lopez's concerns that we're kind of backed in here, and Supervisor Alejo's concerns that whether we've really vetted and looked at all this as it hasn't. I think that's where the uncomfortableness is with. I mean, if we felt we had seen this a little bit more ahead of time, we could buy into it a little bit better. But again, I don't want to pass this up, but it's a real. I think it's all of us are facing a real difficult call on this one. Supervisor Adams,
I feel like we're all talk and no go because we haven't been investing in this department. Do you know that position has been open for what? How long has Ashley been gone? Years. We're not doing anything to help them move forward. I don't feel it's fair for us to, say, well, we need more information, and we've not been investing in it. We really haven't.
I'll just say it's bypassed all committees. So we're here without having gone to even AEE. I'm willing to say we'll find the 1.8 and go after the 6. I'm not saying no. I'm saying let's take this route where we have more flexibility. We could take that out if approved and still leverage it into even more. But I agree, let's get the money and put it out there in the form of an RFP and see what partners can put on the table. But without having seen it go through budget, without knowing it hasn't gone to AEE, we're here today back into a corner. That is my concern. I appreciate your position. I just, I want to have a little more time to understand it, and I'm willing to say we'll find the 1.8, and if in the future we have a partner who comes in who can cover that, great. But I'm willing to put skin in the game and say, I agree, we need to move on it. But agreeing to a $54 million project that I'm seeing for the first time on a Tuesday when it hasn't been seen by committee, that's a little out of the range for me.
And I would just say we disagree on the characterization. I would lean to our CAO because we have been recruiting for an officer, and Cora is our interim sustainability manager, and we had an applicant who pulled out because he or she had another offer somewhere else. So it's not like we haven't been doing our job to try to fill that position as soon as possible. We have, and that's why state law has an RFP process, because it's also our responsibility not to just follow a recommendation where there's a self-interest here by the company presenting on this item. We have an interest to look after taxpayer dollars to make sure we're getting the best price, and that's where competition and RFP process has been placed into law so that governments don't just go with whoever staff recommend or just because one person came forward to speak a few days before the deadline. It is our responsibility to create a fair process and to get several proposals on behalf of our taxpayers to make sure we're getting the best price for the job.
Supervisor Askew, you have any final thoughts or no?
I guess I'd just be really uncomfortable committing $1.8 million given where we're at right now, unless, and also, like, we need to move forward on this. Mary, I think you're absolutely right. Like, we have had a vacant position. Thank goodness for Cora. Thank you, Cora, for stepping up and stepping in and leaning in to get the work done and to continue investing in these issues. But as a county, you know, the fact that we haven't been able to reclass, I mean, we did a reclass. I mean, there was a lot of things we did, but still, we have people saying, like, I don't want to come to this position for whatever the reason, whether it be pay, whether it be culture, whether it be, I don't know, competition. We need to figure that out. And so I think, yes, we need to prioritize that. Ezekiel, if you're telling me we've got 1.5 million, maybe I'll just ask, could I get some opinion from the CAO staff who's vetted this?
Yes.
Like what your thoughts are and what your...
I'm going to have Ezekiel provide a little more information. I think the flexibility that you seek is an opportunity, and this would be in the form of one-time dollars that are available. Usually when it comes to the budget, that's really where, you know, we really don't want to do the ongoing piece, but we likely have dollars to be able to do the one-time commitment. And Ezekiel can touch on what would be needed. Now, state law does allow for a sole source, but I do hear you where you want to have that competitive process. So if that's what we want to do, I think it would be more appropriate to pursue the county putting in that match portion, which Ezekiel can confirm the amount that would be needed in order to move forward.
Yeah, thank you, CEO De La Rosa. So in this instance, we will need a 30% match for the $6 million grant. Of that, 50% has to be cash. The other 50% could be in kind. So we will need $900,000 of actual cash match. And even if we needed the full $1.8 million at this point, the county does have the one-time funds to be able to provide those matching dollars for the grant itself, for the grant to be applied for next Tuesday. So we do have an assigned fund balance. We also have funds in the Fund 478 fund that could be used for this. And I feel confident that when you see the recommended budget also that will be presented to you towards the end of May, that we will have sufficient funds at the county level to be able to provide funding for some of the critical capital projects that have been identified by the Public Works team, plus this project in addition to that. So I think that that's just what I could share with you today, that if the board wanted to move forward with this grant application by the county going after the $6 million, we will have that ability. In addition to that, if the county wanted to explore a larger project like the one that was described today, we will still have time to develop that, and we will still have to do that independently of this process. I know that the grant application may not be as competitive if it's mentioned in that light, but the grant could also be written in the form that the county, in addition to the committing the match for the $6 million, could also be committing to a larger project like it was described today. And that may also help for the grant. And we don't have to identify a partner right now. We could just say that we will be exploring a partner if the board feels better moving in that direction.
Just a question. Obviously, there's a financing mechanism beyond the $6 million here. I'm just saying, if we were able to get the $6 million and we commit to the 900 on paper, would we, Cora or Mr. Vega, then have through an RFP process, if we get the $6 million, could other providers in this area say we have other financing mechanisms to do exactly what Mint's saying they would do here anyways, but open it up to that competition at that point? Because obviously Mint has a partner that provides the finance and beyond the $6 million for everything else. If we were to get this award, I think we could have the time to then open it up and also take proposals to do the same financing beyond the $6 million.
Yes, Supervisor. I think that it is possible for the county to contribute that $900,000 in cash and still aim for the larger proposal as described today. And again, that is possible with going for a competitive RFP process to implement that project to make sure that the county is getting the best deal possible. I know that Supervisor Lopez had some concerns about the cost of the DC fast chargers, and I just wanted to quickly call out that the reason these free wire chargers are more expensive is because they have a built-in battery that makes the capital cost of the unit much more expensive, but reduces installation and operating costs. And these are the same chargers that are being installed in Castroville, San Lucas, and Greenfield as part of the Rural Electric Vehicle Charger grants that we got from the California Energy Commission. And I think that Brian Figgenshow from Sustainability Partners has his hand raised. And if the chair permits, I would like to pass it to him so he can address some of these questions about the RFP process and compatibility with going for a larger project and still having that flexibility for the county as well.
Sure. Yes, please go ahead. If you have some information, sure.
Thank you, Cora, and Board of Supervisors. Thanks for having us here. We're happy to remain either A, as a placeholder within the existing grant for the 900,000 cash match plus, and we often work with our clients. Some of those being larger municipalities and state organizations post award to either reduce our grant where they may have match or otherwise take out that grant component. So if the county were to choose to move forward with a $900,000 cash match today, that's one option. We can present that, I believe, within the grant and still have some flexibility for how, if the county chooses not to do that post-award, we may be able to provide the county with that match directly so that the county is then providing it for purposes of the CEC grant. So we're open and flexible to really any kind of work that we can do as a public benefit company with the county, whether it's $1 million or $54 million. We're really designed to be lockstep with you and staff in supporting these larger initiatives.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to be cognizant of the time. I know we have to go into closed session here too. If we've got our questions answered, if anybody's comfortable in a motion. A public comment too? Yes, thank you very much. We've gone on for so long. Is there anybody in the public that would like to comment on this? Anybody online? Yes.
Brian Bond?
Yes, Mr. Bond. You have 2 minutes. Is there anybody else? No. Mr. Bond, you have 2 minutes if you wish to speak. Otherwise, I need to close the public comment. Okay, closing public comment.
Sheriff Niano has a comment, sir.
Oh, yes, Sheriff, go right ahead.
Thank you. I support this project just because I believe we have to move forward like Supervisor Adams talked about. However, I respect whatever the board decides on this matter. And what I would ask of the board in the future, because staff hours went into this, including sheriff staff hours. And so I would just like better direction when we're working on projects like this, that the board's okay with these things before we invest a lot of hours into this project, that we could be doing other things with the personnel. So thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. But it to come to committees, and that's where it's helpful as well. And being the only supervisor that sits on both alternative energy and budget, I'm quite aware it didn't go to either one. So coming back here, if anybody want, Supervisor Lopez, you have a motion? Or?
So happy to attempt a motion here. So I'd like to direct staff to make an application for these available funds through CEC for $6 million with the county stepping up to be the match, understanding that we want to be clear in that application that we're looking to leverage that through a future partnership to maximize the amount of charges possible through that application.
Is there a second for Supervisor Alejo? Any other supervisors?
Just want to make sure that that works for staff, that we will be able to move forward with that.
Cora, could you please give your input on that?
Yes, that does work for staff. The way that I'm interpreting this is to move forward with the county having that match, and then also just really being clear in the application that as we leverage this match for additional chargers, as described today, that we're keeping clear about future committees to review for the county, as well as an RFP process to select those vendors. And I did see that there was a public comment hand raised, but I know that we're out of time limit, so.
We already closed public comment.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments here? We put this to a vote then as it stands. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes, and we can now go into closed session and adjourn or recess until 1:30 at the timely time of 12:30. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect. All supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Alejo, who will join us shortly.
Thank you. And the Spanish Interpretation Services, Diego?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete inglés-español, español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Gracias.
Thank you. First item on the agenda is item 9, which is the 34-unit non-congregate low barrier housing navigation center in the city of Watsonville. Roxanne, we'll let you begin.
No. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you so much, honorable members of the board and chair. Today we are here to present several items for your consideration, but all of these are actions that are needed for us to progress on the 34 non-congregate units that the board has approved for us to move forward on with the encampment resolution round 2 funding that the county was awarded. So can you please progress the slide? Oh, I got it. Just as a friendly reminder of what the encampment resolution project is we were to enter into a written agreement with the County of Santa Cruz, and the overall goals of the project was for us to permanently resolve the Pajaro encampment between river miles 2 through 5.5. And your board has approved the MOU that we had taken to you probably 2 months ago at this point, and we are now moving forward with the contracting part of this this endeavor. Can you please progress the slide? Sorry, I'm not sure why this is not working. Okay. So the budget that you're seeing before you, it shows the total allocation, or I'm sorry, the total award that we received from the state of California is just shy of $8 million. Of that, $5 million is going to the site development costs for the 34 units in the town of, or the city of Watsonville. There is $2.5 million that is now going towards the services cost, and we are going to discuss a little bit more about our strategies to get the services contracted. And of all of that funding, we do have a 5% county administrative fee of $380,000. Please change the slide. Sorry. One of the indicators of where we are today is that the county has a obligation deadline of June 30th, 2024, where 100% of the allocation must be obligated. And the more strenuous part of this is that we have a 50% expenditure deadline, which is June 30th, 2024. In, again, August 2023, the county executed an agreement with the state of California, and we had agreed to these deadlines. Next slide. There's been a series of things or events that have taken place since we were awarded. As you may recall, back on February 14th, your board had approved for us to submit the application on behalf of both counties to the state of California, and we were awarded on June 19th. We didn't get an executed agreement back from the state until August 7th, 2023, and then we immediately started going into negotiations with the County of Santa Cruz, in which the board had supported that on February 27th. The Dignity Moves contract, that is what we're presenting today, along with the Coalition of Homeless Services contract. And it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve both of those agreements, and they are non-standard, which is why we're here to do the presentation and offer time for the board to ask us any questions, should there be any. Next slide. So for the Dignity Moves agreement, this is for site development. The highlights of the contract, again, is that it's for 34 non-congregate low-barrier units in the city of Watsonville. The anticipated on-site construction date will be June 2024. We are anticipating occupancy of Q2 of fiscal year 2024-2025. But that is to be determined. As you can imagine, weather may impact our timelines. One of the portions of the agreements for Dignity Moves that is outside of the regular standard language is that we are requesting that the board support a $2 million one-time payment for a deposit. This will help us with the expenditure requirements that I mentioned earlier, the 50% before June 30th, 2024, and it'll also help with the cash flow of the program. And as a reminder, in the MOU, we did indicate that at the end of June 30th, 2026, the county will work in partnership with the County of Santa Cruz to transfer the assets to the County of Santa Cruz for a nominal fee. Next slide. For the services contract, we are recommending that we bring in the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers to administer the services portion of this agreement. As the local continuum of care lead agency, the Coalition is the fiscal agent of several Cal ICH funding streams. They definitely have the expertise in handling the funds and administering specialized grants like this. The contract would require them to identify and subcontract with a local service provider to do the operations before June 30th, 2024. All of this would be funded through the ARF2 grant allocation or award. And we are asking, because we're asking them to be the fiscal administrator of the services portion of the grant and to assist with any potential cash flow issues with the coalition, we are asking the board support that we provide them a one-time upfront check for the entire services portion of the agreement. And that total amount is $2,571,460. The agreement with the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers is essentially to act in our stead. They will be working hand in hand with our office to ensure that their agreements, their subcontractor agreements, meets all of the requirements of the state. They will be reporting to us on how they are expending it and providing backup documentation to our office so we can ensure that the expenditures are in alignment with the state's agreement. Next slide, please. So before you is the list of all of our recommendations, as I mentioned before, and I am going to end my presentation and offer some time for any questions.
Thank you, Rock. Program Manager Wilson. Appreciate your presentation and all your work on this. Obviously, we got here, if it wasn't for you and the people you collaborated with, I don't think we would have got this far, and the significant amount of money from the state through the ERF grant. So this is great news. Certainly was great news last week when Supervisor Lopez and I were on that call to get the other ERF grants, Cameron Resolution Fund grants for Soledad and King City. We wouldn't do this work if it wasn't for that state support. But two questions, and I know you and I have talked about this, about potentially increased costs because this site is in the city limits of Watsonville. It's like a block from the river, so it couldn't be at a better site to serve those encampments along the Pajaro River because it is very close by. But with that came some concerns about that part of Watsonville being in a floodplain. In fact, all of downtown Watsonville is in a floodplain. If you could just explain that. Number two was just going to the services contract. Obviously, we want this to be a success. And I know we're partners with the City of Watsonville. We're partners with the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors and their team as well. But if we're delegating the services money and agreement to the coalition, my only concern there is that then we don't have a say in who they choose to hire. And maybe you could just address that. And the reason, because I want to make sure we get a provider that can be successful, that is going to push the envelope to get people housed. because these small homes aren't intended for people to always be there, but to get them the services and to transition them into permanent housing is the goal. And so how does this board and how do the other two local government entities have a say on who we choose to provide that critical role for this project?
Thank you so much, Supervisor. So to answer your first question about the floodplain, we already was aware that the site was going to be in a floodplain, but is the only zoned area. So we did, upon the request of the city of Watsonville, really focus our attention there. Not too long ago, about a month and a half ago, we were notified of the financial implications of building in the flood area, which increased the capital expenses by $1 million. Unfortunately, what that means is that we had to move $1 million from the services portion of the agreement to the capital side. And now the County of Santa Cruz and myself are working to try to fill that gap. As it stands right now, the first year of services is fully funded based off of our projections of what the project should cost. There is a funding gap on the second year. So the County of Santa Cruz team, along with myself and the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers, is working diligently on trying to fill those gaps. As far as the county having a say-so on the provider, so inside of the contract with the coalition, it does say that they are not allowed to take any action without running it through our office first. Of course, Supervisor Alejo, you are also the chair of the Lead Me Home Leadership Council, so I'm sure that you and I will also be in communications. But nonetheless, our agreement with the County of Santa Cruz is that we would co-identify a provider together along with the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers.
That's great to hear. And the reason that is so critical to these projects is, yes, we could get the infrastructure, the small units, the fencing, the security camera, whatever we're going to have there, but the provider is key for this project to be successful, to address the neighborhood concerns in that area, to make sure that the wrong people aren't coming in there. And for me, the Share Center was that example with the fencing, with the on-site security, with the cameras. We've been able to avoid and mitigate a lot of concerns the community had early on, and I want that to be the same here. That all these potential concerns, we thought it through, and we got a provider who's going to be vigilant to make sure that this will also be another success story for the three jurisdictions that want to make this happen. And that's why, for me, this was such a key point. But the fact that you've written in that we would have input on there, not just me being a part of the Lead Me Home Leadership Council, but this board to be able to know who we're going to choose and why. I think that's just an important part of the process as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for all your work.
Of course, thank you.
Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, I just want to thank Supervisor Church for being on that call with us last week, as well as Nick Chulos. I think it was important. And the reason I bring it up is we're here today because this is a non-standard agreement, right? That's correct. The reason we're before the board. And I'll share that reading this, there's some unique challenges, some unique approaches within this, especially cross-jurisdictional approach, but also the upfronting of cash. And I'll say that the non-standard approaches that we've taken to solving these problems have been successful, and a lot of that is thanks to your leadership, Roxanne. And for that reason, I'm comfortable today. But I want to be clear that we've been extremely successful in reducing the numbers, as most regions have seen increases, while we see decreases. And while others wish there was a bigger number, the reality is that having a decrease at any number is something to call out, but ours has been significant. I believe it will continue to increase because of our willingness to take different approaches to solve problems we've never seen before. So you have my faith and willingness to jump in on this and see where we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have our point in time coming out soon, so let's not be. Hopefully, we get good news when those numbers come out in our latest count, homelessness count.
Supervisor Adams, I see your hand up and go.
Thank you. Yes, thanks very much. So I would always ask this question, and I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it publicly anyway. And that is, why are we investing money in Santa Cruz County? Why aren't we doing this here?
Absolutely. So there's best practices when you're addressing people who are living in encampments. In general, people have identified a network of resources in that general area. So moving them outside of that area can also lead to people just refusing services. Unfortunately, on our side of the river, there is nowhere for us to build this. We have engaged with several other entities to see if there would be a possible partnership for us to borrow, lease properties in the area, but all of it came back unfruitful. So that did lead us to moving towards the Santa Cruz County side of the river, and that's how we got here today.
And how many units will there end up being?
34 in total, 4 of them ADA.
Thank you. So I guess those aren't going to count against our arena numbers, are they?
I think they wouldn't because they're emergency shelter type beds. But I'll work on that for you, Supervisor.
Yeah, Roxanne, a question here on the, I know on the FEMA regulations on the flooding, it was requiring us to raise elevation by 3 feet. Is that what the cost is of $1 million? How much do these units cost? They're temporary units anyway, aren't they?
They are modular units that can be moved. We have explored several different options on how we could address this 3-foot issue. One of them, we considered raising each one of the units individually, but then that means that we have to develop ramps and staircases, and it did actually supersede the $1 million initial costs. The entire project, so what we're doing is lifting the entire project on steel frames and some sort of platform so that it can all be removed should the church decide in the future that they no longer want the project there.
Well, it's just a little bit of, I don't know, irony or odd perspective here in that we're making these 34 units flood safe, while the rest of downtown Watsonville, of course, if there's a flood, is going to suffer. And these are not permanent units that are there for the long term. But $1 million that could be probably better spent in other ways. But that's the facts that we live with. I'll take this out to Supervisor Askew. Do you have a?
I'll just briefly say that it's absolutely incredible to see a project come together like this that is spanning multiple jurisdictions, that is spanning multiple counties, that is partnered with the depth of partnership that our partners and our regional allies have been able to come up with. And I just absolutely incredible work that I think could be a model for so many other communities. And I will just recognize too, I mean, I think that it was only a few years ago that the vast majority of homeless shelter beds in this county all existed in District 4, primarily because of McKinney-Vento Fort Ord land transfers, as well as the Salinas shelter that was located in District 4. And I cannot tell you how incredible it is to see all of our neighboring jurisdictions, South County, Salinas, Monterey, Seaside, just continue to step up to meet this challenge in ways that I couldn't have dreamed of even 5 years ago. And so to everyone who's been played a part in this in whatever way that it is, I am grateful beyond measure. Battles that we fought just a few years ago, we're no longer fighting today because we're lined up and focused on the same goal, marching in the same direction. So just a huge shout out of appreciation to you, Roxanne, to your team, to everyone who's been a partner in this, but as well as everyone who's been partnering in their own communities to make sure that we're providing people with safe, warm, legal places to sleep at night. It's really quite incredible.
I'll just reiterate that. You know, it's your leadership, Roxanne, working with these multi-jurisdictional issues here, and you can pull this off. You can pull it off anywhere, frankly. It seems to be. Right. Anyway, I want to take this out. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to comment on this matter or online? Nobody? Then we'll close public comment.
I'd like to move approval.
Moved by Supervisor Lejos, by Supervisor Lopez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good work.
We'll move on now to item number 10, which is a status update on the for commercial cannabis consumption lounges. Michelle House and Joanne Aomoto, or Joanne online.
Good afternoon. Chair, Church, Supervisors, Michelle House. I almost said something different. Cannabis Program Manager. I'm here today with my staff colleagues with the program, as well as online with Joanne Iwamoto and my colleagues in various agencies and departments who will be also supporting me today during our presentation. Chair, if I may, through you, ask that we wait for questions till the end.
That's the general policy, so yes.
Thank you. Okay, so next slide, please. So today, we're here to basically provide an update on where we have been and what we have been doing in regards to the Cannabis Consumption Lounge. We are also here to receive kind of the idea of prioritizing the work and the next steps, and then to receive also from you today further direction as appropriate. Next slide, please. So I'd like to provide a little bit of an update, a timeline, and a little bit of an update on where we have been so far. So over the last 1.5 to 2 years, the program has been working with the industry and with our colleagues, and we believe that the industry has shared that it is the natural progression or the next step that the industry perhaps would feel appropriate to take. Now, this means our colleagues in the industry who have already set up dispensaries, and they would like to now build out or move forward with having an on-site consumption lounge. They believe that this could also increase tax revenue and also provide additional revenue for the businesses around, and hopefully also provide a safe and appropriate location for on-site consumption. So the timeline is as follows. In July of 2022, the program met with the industry and with our colleagues, and we then moved forward in December of 2022, and we provided our findings to the Cannabis Subcommittee. And at that time, the committees asked that we move forward to the full board, in which we did in February of 2023. At that time, 3 of the 5 supervisors agreed that this was the next step and a good progression. But at the time, based on the work that we were doing and the work of our colleagues, that we would wait and come back to the board at a future time. So here we are. In January of this year, our industry colleagues asked for an update, and we had further discussion with our colleagues. We moved it forward in March of this year to the Cannabis Subcommittee, and they suggested we move forward to the full board. And so here we are today. Next slide, please. So I'd like to just give a little bit of background on what a consumption lounge is. So a consumption lounge is an on-site location for 21 and older. It is attached to an already established dispensary, and it can be directly attached or very closely built out. The idea is that you would come, you would then purchase your products from the dispensary, and then you would have a location adjoining that you could consume product. The whole idea behind this is to have a social setting, an environment that's safe, not viewed from the public. And with a lot of tourism in our community, especially when we think about visitors coming, staying in hotels or Airbnbs, they are not always allowed to, for example, smoke and those establishments, and this may be a way to provide that for them to have a safe location to do so. Again, as we said, the industry believes that this would increase tax revenue because it will hopefully allow people to buy more product, because maybe on site they will have some product that they will use, and then they will take some away with them. And again, opening up further tax revenue. Next slide, please. So as far as the state requirements for the Cannabis Department of Cannabis Control requirements, you either must have a Type 10 storefront license or a Type 12 micro business. We do not have Type 12 micro business in our community, so in this case, it's a Type 10 storefront. It must be accessible to 21 and older. The area may not be viewed by the public, so wherever you're consuming, you must not be invisible, you must not be visible by the public. You may not sell tobacco, alcohol, or any food items on site, although food can be brought in by a third party. And as we said, the consumer then would go buy their items, purchase on site, and anything that they take away must be packed up in appropriate packaging, and they can take it home with them. Operating hours, 6 a.m. to 10, and as we said, they either are attached or adjacent to the actual operating site. Next slide, please, and I will be passing the next slide over to my colleague, Miles.
Thank you, Michelle. Good afternoon, Chair Church and other members of the board. Miles Atchenek, Management Analyst 2 with the Cannabis Program. This slide, or your attachment C, was prepared to demonstrate where the existing cannabis retailers are located within the unincorporated area of Monterey County. There are currently 9 retailers. 6 of those are in the northern area of Monterey County in District 2, and the 3 others are in the Carmel Valley area of District 5. It should be noted that one of these operators has temporarily closed operations, one is within the coastal zoning, and lastly, that not all retailers have expressed interest in expanding to include a cannabis consumption lounge. Next slide, please. This slide here, or your attachment B, was prepared to show the distribution of consumption lounges across the state of California. These businesses are primarily located in the Bay Area within the city and county of San Francisco, followed by the Coachella Valley within the city of Palm Springs. The consumption lounges that are in the Northern California area are the least geographically concentrated relative to other regions. Lastly, the consumption lounges that are in the city of West Hollywood are all on or adjacent to the main thoroughfare of Santa Monica Boulevard. Staff have identified 19 jurisdictions throughout the state that explicitly permit consumption lounges, and those can be found in your attachment A. It should be noted that apart from the county of Mendocino, all of these are city-level jurisdictions. Next slide, please. So the cannabis program staff have identified the concerns associated with the implementation of a consumption lounge. And those are the operating requirements outlined in Chapter 7.9 of Monterey County would need to be amended, as they currently read that no cannabis shall be smoked, ingested, or otherwise consumed on the premises. Staff believes that the workflow may need to be updated to include some additional departments specifically for the permitting of cannabis consumption lounges. We have not explored additional fees or taxes on cannabis consumption lounges that would generate incremental revenue for the county. However, it should be noted that because consumers cannot bring their own cannabis goods, the gross receipt tax that is imposed by Chapter 7.100 of Monterey County Code would apply to the prerequisite sale of goods for on-site consumption. I will now pass the presentation to Brian Jones, Deputy District Attorney, I believe in chambers here.
Chair Church and other honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Jones. I'm a Deputy District Attorney here in Monterey County. I'm not advocating a side for lounges. I'm here to ask the board to consider public safety in rendering its decision, specifically with regards to DUI, driving under the influence cases. For brevity, I will not walk through my slide. I think it speaks for itself, but I do believe that lounges will increase the amount of driving under the influence cases within Monterey County due to delayed onset, tolerance, lack of tolerance, and quite frankly, the difficulty that law enforcement experiences in investigating driving under the influence cases involving cannabis. And so with that, I will be around for questions after the presentation, and I pass the presentation to Christabel Oropeza with Public Health. Thank you.
Do you have any more in the presentation, sir? To follow through on? No. Okay, yeah, that's why I'm looking around who might be up here.
Christabel should be on Zoom.
Okay. Is there anybody?
Hi, this is Ed Moreno. We're just waiting for Christabel to get panelist entry.
Hi, everyone. Apologies. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I was having trouble logging in here. Good afternoon, Board. Christabel Oropeza, Public Health Program Manager overseeing chronic disease injury prevention. Joining me today is Dr. Ed Moreno, Director of Public Health. And also I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce Elaine Narciso, who is our new Public Health Cannabis Education Program Supervisor. And Elaine, thank you for carving out time to be with us here today. So Public Health has brought forth the concern of potential increase in drug driving. Drug-impaired driving is one of the toughest safety challenges that we face today on our roadways. According to the California Office of Traffic Safety, the number of drivers under the influence of drugs or a combination of drugs and alcohol is on the rise. Cannabis can stay in a person's system for a while, and it can be difficult to know when it's safe to drive after having consumed cannabis. Cannabis impairs driving in numerous ways, including affecting our ability to maintain position in a lane, our reaction time, following distance between vehicles, and our overall judgment. According to the California Office of Traffic Safety as well, people who drive immediately after using cannabis may increase their risk of getting into a crash by up to 35%. So these are some of the preventative considerations that we've listed here as options for transportation discounts, for example, limiting the sales prior to closing, no towing for 24 hours, and training for lounge employees, as well as requiring information within the lounge on drug driving. Should cannabis lounges be permitted, a comprehensive framework should include measures such as these to prevent and deter drug driving, as well as collaboration between stakeholders, enforcement, public health, the departments that are here today, community leaders, and the industry must also be part of this process in order to implement effective solutions. I will pass this presentation off to Public Health Director, Dr. Ed Moreno.
Thank you, Christabel. Public health has additional concerns regarding cannabis consumption lounges, primarily that concentration of active ingredients in cannabis products has steadily increased over time. And as new or less experienced consumers expand their use to new products, they may overestimate their tolerance levels, leading to unintended overconsumption. Cannabinoids can transfer, they can transfer to babies during pregnancy and during breastfeeding. And there's growing evidence to suggest that women that use cannabis during pregnancy are at greater risk of preterm labor and small for gestational age babies. In addition, there's growing evidence to suggest that neonates and infants born to women that use cannabis during pregnancy are at greater risk of infant morbidity and death before the age of 12 months. And finally, barring a few exceptions, smoking is not allowed in any workplace in California. Now, public health efforts to reduce secondhand smoke exposure among employees have certainly contributed to current workplace regulations, but those regulations are now addressed by Cal OSHA. As for recommendations, public health provides preventive measures for the board's consideration. For example, you could require businesses to offer low dose or low concentration options of cannabis products to avoid unintended overconsumption. The board, related to low dose products, the board could require businesses to provide customers information on the dangers of overconsumption. And finally, there could be a requirement that businesses provide customers information on the health risks associated with consuming cannabis while breastfeeding and or while pregnant. And with that, I'd like to pass the presentation over to Miles.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. Next slide, please. So staff has conducted research to understand how other jurisdictions and the businesses that are operating within them were addressing the California workplace smoking restrictions and found the following. The Division of Occupational Safety and Health, or Cal OSHA, has oversight of Section 5148 within Title 8 of the California Code of Regulations. This section pertains to the prohibition of smoking in the workplace. The Cal OSHA Advisory Committee met in January of 2018 to evaluate whether there was a need to develop regulations that were specific to the commercial cannabis industry. The findings of that Cal OSHA Advisory Committee were reported to the Occupational Safety and Health Standards Board in September of 2018. And those findings proposed that the Standards Board undertake rulemaking action to amend 5148 to prohibit the smoking of marijuana in enclosed spaces or places of employment. In July of 2020, the Cal OSHA Research and Standards Health Unit noted that a future advisory committee meeting would be held to consider a proposal to change 5148. And staff did find draft amendments to 5148 that expand those prohibitions to include cannabis or cannabis products. However, they do not appear to be in conjunction with a rulemaking action. Although Cal OSHA has not yet prohibited the smoking of cannabis in workplaces, other local jurisdictions have required mitigative measures to limit the exposure in the interim. These include allowing consumption within an outdoor patio area that would not be considered an enclosed space. The retailers here locally have expressed interest in this concept, but it should be noted that this area would not be publicly visible to comply with state regulations. Second is installing ventilation systems with negative pressure, high-level filtration, and exhaust functions, and that would limit the exposure of smoke and odors for employees of the consumption lounge and customers who are not smoking cannabis and neighbors that may be adjacent to the consumption lounge. Program staff will continue the research on some of these systems. Next slide, please. So staff have included these images of consumption lounges to provide the board with a better understanding of how customers would interact with this business model. So this slide here features two indoor consumption lounges. The one on the left has a more conventional food service layout, while the one on the right has a more interactive layout featuring games that the customers may play. Next slide, please. So here, this slide features two outdoor consumption lounges, and each of these are located within the county of Mendocino. And please note again that these lounges have installed high fences that prohibit the publicly visible consumption. And now I'll pass the presentation to Marnie Flagg, Assistant Bureau Chief for Environmental Health. I believe Marnie is online.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Church and supervisors. Environmental health would play a significant role in cannabis consumption lounges, just as it does in any establishment where people gather to consume food or any other substances. By addressing these environmental health concerns through education, cannabis consumption lounges can create safer and more sustainable environments for patrons, staff, and surrounding community. It also helps to ensure compliance with regulations and fosters responsible practices within the cannabis industry. There are several aspects where environmental health considerations would come into play. Sanitation of retailer supplied equipment. We would ensure that maintaining cleanliness and sanitation standards would be crucial for the prevention of the spread of germs and pathogens. Regular cleaning of surfaces, including those for cannabis consumption, is essential. Proper waste disposal methods should also be implemented to prevent waste odors and potential health hazards. Also, recycling and other waste disposal methods would need to be met. Infrastructure upgrades would be environmental health concerns. We would want to upgrade or expand on-site utilities, such as septic systems, water systems, and those may be necessary to support the safe operation of cannabis consumption lounges. These upgrades ensure that infrastructure can handle increased demand and mitigate potential health hazards associated with inadequate or outdated systems. And then thirdly, food safety. If cannabis consumption lounges offer food or allow third-party food delivery, we would like to maintain and ensure food safety. Environmental health considerations include proper food handling, storage, and sanitation practices to prevent foodborne illnesses. Developing these third-party pathways for food delivery or obtaining host facility permits for food consumption involve adherence to food and safety regulations to protect patrons from these potential health risks. Overall, environmental health considerations in cannabis consumption lounges are essential for promoting the well-being of patrons, county staff, and the surrounding community, while ensuring compliance with relevant regulations, as our concerns extend beyond the physical space of the lounge to its impact of the surrounding community. Inadequate infrastructure or improper food handling and waste can lead to environmental health issues. So addressing these concerns early and with intention helps minimize negative impacts on the community and ensures responsible operation of these establishments. And now I'd like to pass it to Craig Spencer of the HCD, Housing and Community Development.
Thank you, Marty. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer. I'm with the Housing and Community Development Department. For my role would be, our department would be needing to develop the land use regulations that accompany the allowance of a use that is not in our code today. Right now, we do permit cannabis dispensaries with an administrative permit. That administrative permit is approved at the department level unless it's appealed to a public hearing. If we were to modify the cannabis dispensary regulations in our zoning code, we would need to make it so that a consumption lounge is an allowed use with a cannabis dispensary under certain conditions, and many of those conditions have been discussed by other departments. So when we're considering drafting an ordinance, HCD would be required to, if we're amending the zoning ordinance, would be required to go to the Planning Commission for a recommendation and then to the board for adoption. In the inland areas and the coastal areas, the board's adoption would then have to go to the Coastal Commission for certification. And any ordinance would also be subject to the appropriate CEQA documentation as it moves forward. So from our perspective, we would need to modify the zoning code to indicate where and how an allowed cannabis consumption lounge would be permissible, under what permitting criteria and under what regulations, which would involve interactions with the departments you've heard from today to establish those appropriate things like hours of operation or operational procedures that address some of the issues. So that would require HCD staff time to prepare the ordinance in coordination with the other departments and process those forward. Happy to answer any questions, and everyone did such a good job passing it off to the next person, and unfortunately I'm not prepared, so I may look to the cannabis staff for the next person in line.
Thank you, Craig. Online, we have Deputy Jose Padilla, who will be next.
Do we have Deputy Padilla on there? Anybody from the Sheriff's Department that might be able to respond in any manner? Okay. While we're looking, is there anybody else after Deputy Padilla that was supposed to?
That would be me.
Okay.
Next, go ahead, please.
Well, I'm just going to have you try to wrap things up. We'll see if Deputy Padilla can.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. So where are we? Okay, great. So, thank you. So we wanted to share in final some of the resources and other considerations to be thinking about. So we have been working directly with the industry and asking for input from the industry. They have provided recommendations and a proposed land use ordinance, which was part of Attachment D. And then we have also asked for guidance from a colleague, Tim Townsend, who is working basically for I think at this time for the California Cannabis Authority, but has worked prior with UC San Diego and has provided some great feedback. Additionally, Assemblyman Matt Haney last year introduced AB 374, which would have allowed on-site entertainment and the sale of non-cannabis infused foods. The governor vetoed that, and then this year he has reintroduced as AB 1775, and we're still waiting and following. Next slide, please. So, proposed timeline. Staff anticipates that the Monterey County Code may, as we had heard from Craig, may need to be amended, and that is a long-range workload, and he is currently and his team working on several other items, housing, general plan, and then we would also, as we said, need to review the long-range work plan of Craig and his colleagues. In addition, the Monterey County Code Chapter 7.9 from the cannabis team would also need to be updated, and permitting depending upon land use and all of the timeline that we have with that as well. And basically, we are asking for policy direction on how to proceed and identify priorities based on current workload. Next slide, please. In conclusion, we anticipate extensive work with our colleagues, and it's going to take some time. And along with that, there will be many things that we know about and that we don't know about that could, prolong this and put things in the way. Limited interest from the retail. We have one dispensary who is looking to move forward with on-site consumption. And then with that, there is an uncertainty whether or not we will see a huge increase in the tax revenue. So next slide, please. And so in summarizing, we're here today to just basically receive direction from you and receive guidance on next steps. So thank you. On behalf of all of the colleagues who have put time and effort with us, we are now able to answer questions and look forward to your guidance.
Is there anybody from the Sheriff's Department on there yet? No. Okay. Well, thank you for your presentation. It was, I know, a lot of input from a lot of different sources and rather complicated. I think what I'd like to do is bring it to the board for any initial questions before we go on out to public comment, and then we can come back for more questions and direction.
Yeah, I saw the presentation has the different examples from other counties, what these lounges look like. Some are indoors, some are outdoors. How do you deal with the potential nuisance issues on odors if there's a business nearby? Indoor, it's easier to deal with that, just like cigar lounges, they put in carbon filters to deal with the odor. But what if it's outside and if you have neighboring businesses?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Alejo, Miles Etchenik. I think Craig might be best served to respond to that question.
Thank you, Miles. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. It's a good question. There are ways in which we could mitigate odors, noise, and other impacts, either through distances to other land uses or some way of capturing, reducing, and minimizing odor. That would be part of what we would need to consider when we go into drafting the ordinance, part of the ordinance making process, often called sausage making. But that's undetermined how we would exactly deal with it, but there may be ways to mitigate impacts depending on whether it's indoor, outdoor, or some other way of dealing with potential impacts on neighboring land uses.
Any other questions? Board members? I have a few here myself. I'm a little unclear on a couple things on the slide and on the board report on the summary. There's reference to, there's going to be revenue generating through the industry, and I actually mentioned here about increased taxes, but then there's also a slide in discussion that it's not going to, there's no incremental revenue increase. So I wonder if you could explain. I'm not quite sure where we're at on this.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I think really to answer it, and I'll do my best to start out here and then maybe pass it off to another colleague. We are unsure of the amount of revenue and additional tax that would come in because we don't know until I think we don't know what we don't know until we get there to understand, would it increase sales? And if so, does it increase sales just for the on-site part or do I buy additional product? In other words, for my on-site time, and then I took product home with me or back to my room. So if I were a consumer, did I come in to buy just for today, and then I realized, oh, there's a lounge, I might buy a little extra, stay for a while, and take what I was originally going to buy home with me. But we don't know at this time.
There's 41 other lounges in the state, and I know we did some research. Did we research onto those and how much revenue they generate? And it seemed like it would answer some of the questions.
Yes, Chair Church, we have not sort of gotten any of that data on the outcomes of incremental revenue that is generated within those respective jurisdictions. So we don't know how, like the before and after, and whether that attracts a new subset of patrons that may not have taken product home with them to consume, but they just buy for the first time, tourists, things like that, consuming on site. So we just don't have information on those type of outcomes. Regarding the revenue itself, during the Cannabis Committee meeting, we discussed this, and the industry expressed concern about applying additional levels of taxation specific to this business model. And during the discussion from the supervisor, there was concern that not applying additional, might not generate enough revenue to justify some of the staff time required to implement it. So I hope that addresses
it does. It seems like the information that we're looking for is out there with other jurisdictions on some of this. But I had that same question about listening to some of the ideas here for staff time. For example, the health department was talking about a marketing campaign, and I don't know how that would be, or a social awareness campaign. I don't know how that would be different from other cannabis use or why it would be necessary, but it seems like it would be a cost there that this all becomes a negative into there. In terms of, there's been a lot of discussion here about odor that might be coming up and not having smoking indoors, but I know the city of Monterey has a cigar and hookah lounges over there, and those are done all through the state. Do they have a different sort of HVAC system, or how How was that handled, and why couldn't we use that same model?
I'd like to defer to Public Health, please, to discuss the hookah lounge in the city of Monterey and how that's handled.
I think Mr. Spencer might have a comment on that too.
Great, thank you.
From our experience with indoor cultivation, usually what happens is there is a filter put in an air system that filters out odor and vents it through a roof or through a wall, so that exterior to the walls you don't smell the product, that thing that's going on inside of the rooms. So it's usually some kind of filter through a heating, ventilation, air conditioning system.
Is there anybody online that might be able to answer the question about with the cigar and hookah lounges? No. All right. Well, if there's nobody to answer that, we'll leave that one unanswered. The other question, I'm just trying to understand how this would fit in here and on-site locations is food can't be prepared on site. That's a state law. Is that what I understand? Okay. So food can be brought in from outside. Is if you're going to build these lounges, it's well known people tend to get hungry after consuming this. So I'm actually seeing that food trucks would be probably collecting in those areas. Is a food truck allowed on the property, or would that be considered as part of state law, say that is not allowed because the food is prepared on site?
May I defer to Marnie from Environmental Health, unless Craig?
We have Craig up here again.
Amazing.
I'm happy to defer to Marnie, actually.
Thank
you. We do have rules in our zoning code about restaurants and open air sales. Food trucks can be permitted on site, but that would be something that I think should be incorporated and proposed as part of the permit for if someone were to want to have food trucks or food sales, third-party food sales. It should be part of their cannabis consumption lounge permit consideration.
I don't know, unless Marty.
Absolutely. I think it's important to note that food trucks are allowed to park in locations around the county and operate. So what they need to consider is the distance when updating the rules and regulations for the cannabis consumption lounges. That would be something to incorporate, would be the food truck rules associated with the consumption lounges and the distance for operating the food truck around, because those are independent and they can operate with a restroom around and serve food independent of the businesses that are around them, if that makes sense.
Yes, that does. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else on the board? Otherwise, I'll go back out to the public. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak on this matter? Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Tony. I forgot how intimidating the lounge chambers were, so bear with me here. But Aram Stoney, I am a stakeholder in the unincorporated Monterey County cannabis stakeholder, I guess. Anyway, I just want to say good afternoon, and Chair Church and fellow supervisors, and thank you for your consideration today. A lot of good points were brought up here, and I could probably answer some of those questions for you, but I'm just going to kind of read what I want, because my understanding of today was more about how are you going to prioritize the workload, not necessarily all the nuances around what a lounge looks like and how it brings in revenue and all these things. And, as you know, the cannabis industry in California, and in particular Monterey County, is struggling. We are burdened by overtaxation, the illicit market, an unregulated hemp industry, and oversaturation. Revenues are declining and businesses are closing. Most of the items that the industry has brought to you in the past have had to do with reducing the burden by cutting taxes or fees, therefore also reducing the amount of revenue coming into the county. This time we're asking for a change that will give us an opportunity to not just stay alive, but potentially bring more revenue to all parties, including the county. And that seems to be kind of a bit of discussion today around that. And I believe that in one way to look at revenues, this is to keep us alive. We think this is an important step. So you could lose our revenue that's already coming into the county. So let's make sure we maintain that. And then I believe this could double my revenues coming in, and therefore doubling the amount of tax revenue coming to you guys. We do recognize that there are numerous projects and priorities, but that has always been the case and will continue to always be the case. The items that were first brought to the attention of the county, or this item, was first brought to the attention over 2 years ago. So we do not feel like we're asking to skip the line. We have waited patiently, and time is of the essence. We are hoping the board will direct the cannabis program and other necessary departments to complete the necessary work as soon as possible for further consideration by the full board, and to utilize any tools that are out there and available to help them do so. And I could go on about try to address the district attorney's concerns, which are valid. We do feel like this won't increase the use of cannabis. The use is already happening. It's just happening in places that are technically illegal to consume. This would be a place to provide a safe atmosphere, and also a place to further the education around consumption, overconsumption, and so forth. So anyway, thank you for your comments.
Yes. Next speaker, please.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Eloise Shim, and I do have one question, and I wanted to know why they didn't show the incorporated areas of Monterey County. Those weren't shown, just the unincorporated areas and the state areas, but they didn't show the number of dispensaries in the incorporated areas. And I want to say that I don't think you should waste your time and money amending the program to expand the present program, which would include having lounge cafes in dispensaries because of the health and safety concerns. Governor Newsom, who I consider to be liberal in his policies, vetoed the idea of lounge cafes because of health and safety. And there is a connection with homelessness and substance abuse. With the cannabis program, the stakeholders have an attitude of give them an inch and they'll take a mile attitude. With economics, they have the tax obligation waived because of negative market conditions. So money is making money is their objective, but living up to paying their taxes is not included in that objective. Also, there's a connection between drug overdose deaths and liberal cannabis consumption. I think there should just be a complete moratorium on this cannabis cafes, and no amended language should be added for the dispensaries. Also the likelihood of increased crime like thefts and robberies.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers that would like to speak on the matter? And online?
Ricardo Diaz.
Yes, Mr. Diaz.
Hi, thank you, board, for listening to me. Ricardo Diaz, trustee for North Monterey County Unified School District, and I sit on the board of directors for Community Human Services. Substance abuse is one of our things that they do. I would recommend to explore approving this later, maybe in a year, to see how other cities and counties are going with this, the pros and the cons, and what they are. Where would these lounges go? To unincorporated areas only, right? How is that fair? Is the security going to be so on point that it can stop all individual illegal weed sales within it or outside of it? I doubt it. It will contribute to the illegal sales market. The industry is struggling. It's because of its own self. It's hemorrhaging tax money. Who would get to open these lounges? only a select few that qualify. The big businesses are the ones that contribute to your guys' campaigns. This is no great example to our youth, who some of you, if not all you guys, speak to or mentor. The deputy district attorney is correct about driving under the influence coming or going from these places. It's potentially dangerous. Why take the risk for a couple lobbyists that don't donate to your guys' campaign? This isn't a topic that the county needs to be on the forefront of. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone online? Are there more? Yes.
Robert Roach.
Yes, Mr. Roach.
Thank you. A couple of years ago, when this first came up, I was going down to Palm Springs. I visited a number of lounges along Palm Springs, including that 421. That was a nice one. Imagine this is their main tourist drag, like Cannery Row, and imagine like 2 lounges on Cannery Row. That's what it was like, and it fit in very well, no problem. All the operators said they could do what the city wanted them to do. They were happy with what it had done for their business, and it was no problem fitting in. Your process is a little more complicated, but I think that the regulation is a good start. Update Title 21. This should be prioritized as an economic development project. Not for this one business, but long-term for the county. It's going to be good for the business, he hopes, but I think it's a good long-term move for the county to help the industry. I find the buzz driving argument unpersuasive. I mean, I appreciate all the concerns of health and law enforcement. Those are all valid concerns, but people are going to do what they're going to do. And, if they're a cannabis consumer and they're here on their vacation, or they want to consume cannabis, they're going to consume it. They're not going to say, oh, I really want to get high, but there's no consumption lounge around here. That's not happening. Buzz driving is going to be controlled. The responsibility of the operator and liability operator control that, just like any bar controls it. One consumption lounge is not going to affect the level of cannabis consumption in this county in any way. I think you should move forward with this. And in fact, I think you should make it more of a priority. Thank you.
And Andrew Hyluck.
You have 2 minutes. Do we have another speaker?
He's the last one.
Andrew, you have 2 minutes if you would like to make a comment.
He unmuted himself, so I'm not sure.
Okay. We'll close public comment on this. Bring it back here for the board for any other comments or discussions. I can start this as looking at the map and where there are dispensaries that are present. Obviously, my district has the most of them, is 6, and District 5 has 3. The only other unincorporated district is District 3. Doesn't have any onto there. So it's kind of localized here where these are. An issue when this came before the board last year or January, I don't recall what exactly it was, that I raised at that point was concerned with edibles at these facilities, because smoking is one thing, edible is another. Edible's a lot longer lasting, can be unpredictable, and also can be consumed in a hotel room just as well as anywhere else. It seemed as something I don't feel I could support if we did go ahead with this, with the edibles. I understand the smoking argument onto there, but I'm also am persuaded somewhat by some of the safety concerns, because some of these lounges, or some of these dispensaries or lounges, are far removed from where the tourists are going to be coming in, so they would have to drive a great deal, or even residents would have to drive a great deal to go to these. A lot of these lounges seem like they would be really most appropriate in an urban setting where people can walk, where people can take public transportation, or perhaps if it was going to be an unincorporated area, and areas within a mile of an incorporated city where there's some public transportation. So, as we get into some of the more remote unincorporated areas, it's like putting a bar there, and I think we're all going to view, putting a bar out in the middle of somewhere, Carmel Valley or Prunedale or Lockwood or wherever it's going to be isn't really the best the place. There's going to be people driving around at that point. It needs to be close to an urban center. That's a couple comments I have here. I want to turn it over to the rest of the board of what any thoughts they would have. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Stoney. When I had the opportunity to start thinking about this about 3 years ago, actually, I was not supportive of it because I was thinking about it in the same way of like a hookah lounge or something, and I was so opposed to any kind of smoking that it really, just turned me off. I didn't think it was a good idea for us. And then as the time passed and I had the opportunity to speak to people in the hospitality industry more so than anywhere else really, I started thinking far more deeply about the importance of having a place for people who come to town, want to, they live in North Dakota and they'd like to see what it's like, and we can do it legally, and they've got a place they could go to, and they take a cab, and then they'll take a cab back to their hotel, but they couldn't sit in their hotel room and smoke. They would be able to sit in a cannabis lounge and enjoy cannabis. So I started thinking about it in a little bit different way than I had beforehand. And then I started looking into the financial side of it and speaking again to folks who were in the industry. They have gone through so much. This would definitely be a shot in the economic arm. We would end up benefiting from it as well as the county, but primarily for all of those folks who have just invested so much in trying to move their businesses forward. I think that we should prioritize this as a long-term economic development program, like our former Ag Commissioner had said, Mr. Roach. So I would like to see us prioritize it, quite frankly, so that we don't hang around for another year while we try to see if people can hang on to their businesses, but give us an opportunity, give them an opportunity to see if they would be able to make something happen with this. We've got a lot of important laws and regulations that would be put into place, but I just think it's worth giving it a shot. I really do. As I said, wasn't in agreement with it at first, but after having spoken both to the hospitality as well as to the industry, I've changed my mind, and I think we should be able to move forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing it move forward either. I think the question for me comes back to the same place it was last time on prioritization. I do think there's an opportunity, though, depending on where we currently sit with staffing levels for writing that ordinance. I don't know if we've got an outside shop we've ever used to assist with that, or an annuitant. And I know that perhaps industry would be willing to step up and cover some of that cost to help move that in a timelier fashion. It's something we've done in the past where it's done in a blind way. It's something I would personally be supportive of in order to get out of my concerns of being put in a position where I feel like it's taken away from, say, housing development or another priority that this board has set. So something like that I could get behind. That's where I'm sitting with it right now.
If I may, I want to support what you said, because we have got to get the housing element done, and we have got to get the short-term rental ordinance done. Those two things are the absolute top priority for HCD. So anything that we could do that would allow this to work, as you said, with an annuitant or some other ability, I think would be the best way for us to go.
Supervisor Askew or Alejo, do you have any comments you'd like to make on it?
Thank you. Thank you for the very detailed presentation and covering a lot of the factors that I think would have been questions. I have lots of thoughts about the details that have been presented and the operational requirements and some of the factors, and concerns that have been raised. But for me, really, the big picture issue is a prioritization one. Our next presentation is actually a list of the number of the long-range planning work program for our housing and community development team. And it is, we have dozens of priorities all listed as rank 1 with timelines and deadlines that are critical and have really significant consequences if we can't keep these priorities moving forward. So I'm extremely sensitive to adding anything to that list for HCD. If there's some option to have industry-funded development of an ordinance that doesn't add or take time away from these other key critical things that are on our list, I think I could be willing to consider that. But I'm not, and again, like I think there's many scenarios in which this would make a lot of sense, and I'm not opposed to it. But from a prioritization standpoint, at this point, I'm hard pressed to say let's add it to one of our top one or rank one lists. And maybe we wrap back up to this conversation after we have the next one. But I mean, the things that we've got on here: the vacation rental ordinance, the inclusionary housing ordinance, our environmental justice element, the Salinas Valley groundwater basin investigation, getting our Moss Landing community plan update, the Pajaro community recovery planning, Carmel River Free. The list goes on, including our housing element. So I can't, in good planning, ask that we add anything else to that list until we know that we've got our handle on the key priorities that the county has mandated requirements on.
I agree with Supervisor Lopez. I'm willing to get this going forward in its proper space, in line, among the other important work that HCD and other departments involved on this ordinance. That's where I stand. So I'd support a motion moving forward today.
So, my position is I'm okay moving forward on this, but I think it needs to be limited. I think it needs to be limited within the close proximity to urban areas. I just don't think it's a good idea to be placing the lounges out into more remote areas in the county, away from infrastructure. That's why I would say if we're going to move forward, it need to deal with not including edibles, and that these lounges that would be permitted while we move forward be within a mile of a city, because we're going to have public transportation available. You're going to have a larger number of customers available. I'm really concerned about people traveling long distance to come to some of the dispensaries that are out in North County that are around nowhere else, and I think that is an issue. But I know there are some that we do have some dispensaries that are close to urban areas, close to hotels, that this could serve a purpose on. And that's the direction I would like it to go. I would also like to see, if we are going to do this, that as we look through the whole list of the presentation and the regulations that were presented, I'd like to take, if we're going to go into this, we go into sort of a step onto this, and that we really look at trying to reduce some of these regulations and not looking. It's like we're looking at something and trying to anticipate every problem, when it's probably better to go and focus on the few specific things we need to do, land use, for example, and the odor issue, for example, and then come back and review it within a year after it's been open and see what we need to add to it. So I would hope maybe if we are going to go ahead, maybe the Cannabis Committee could look at that and try to find a way to streamline. But so those would be the 3 points of really trying to streamline the regulations, not the edibles, and try to keep within a mile of city limits.
My only concern is that if we're going to spend all this time doing this ordinance and it's limited to what might only be one, it's going to be is it going to be worth all that time doing it when we've blocked almost every other place where there's a dispensary, and limited to perhaps only one that's nearest the Carmel Valley Shopping Center. That's not an urban area. So that would be my concern, because if we're going to put time, all the staff time, and we're talking about potential revenue, well, that's out the door if it's only limited to one potential business that could benefit from a very narrowly tailored ordinance. And then furthermore, I hear your concerns, but then if you're then limiting what they can sell, even less so of a revenue generator. So that kind of argument goes out the window. And then we'll spend all this time and we might not even recoup all the resources we put into drafting the ordinance.
I think about there's 9 of them. I think 3 of them are within a mile of city limits. From my understanding, looking at the map, I know we don't have any city that actually allows it at this point. So this would be the only ones. I would be, if we're going to keep it within a mile, I understand your issue there on the edibles. I'm happy to drop that because I think that sort of takes some concern there. People would be accessible to taxis, cabs a lot easier. Supervisor Asker, you had a...
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to get some feedback from, I don't know if it's cannabis staff or HCD. Is it realistic to think that we could outsource the drafting and outreach and work that would go into adding this to the list? Is that how realistic is that? And even in a best case scenario, how much of our current HCT time would be sucked into helping to navigate moving something like this forward?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. Craig Spencer again with HCD. It would help us to have outside consultants or a retired annuitant to come in and help work with it. I think what you'll hear in the next presentation is that we're at maximum capacity with what we plan to get done in the next year. We can take things off and add things depending on how things get prioritized in that discussion. In order to hire a retired annuitant, we would have to go through some paperwork. It would take some time. And then the question of whether or not some outside consultant would be needed in addition to that or instead of that, and where the funding comes from for that would be part of the questions, but it certainly would help. We do have a retired annuitant who is working on the Moss Landing Community Plan, and a couple of other things and we can check with to see if there's capacity there with the list of things we have. So it's we could increase our capacity, but just outside consultants doesn't do that alone, because someone on our staff needs to oversee that consultant service. And review invoices and review the product that's prepared by the consultant, answer their questions. So there's still some staff time there. A retired annuitant would help much more, but there are some steps to get them in place.
So what I hear you saying is that even if we found outside capacity to help work on this, that we still need to talk about what comes off of your Category 1 list in our next presentation if we are going to add this.
Depending on the timing of getting this done, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And are we on the same page that that's what we're talking about? We're talking about taking something to be determined off of HCD's Category 1 goal set and priority list in order to add this even with outside consultant support.
I think that's an interpretation. That's not what I heard. I heard it
No, I
depends
didn't
on
hear that
timing.
either.
And when it moves forward, and that the amount of level and need for oversight is less than that person being directly given the project and having it prioritized. So I think it's about how you want to interpret it. I didn't hear that directly.
We're putting you in a tough spot, but I'm acknowledging what I want to hear. What I'm going to say is that in order to hire an external annuitant, in order to go through county processes, in order to have the feedback and the interface, you've got all the expertise. You're the head of the HCD. You're going to have to advise and spend time working with whoever is assigned to this. So your time is limited. Your time is the most valuable thing that you've got. Whatever we call it, 40 hours in a week. Haha. But every hour of your week that gets sucked into something else is an hour that's not being spent making sure that our current existing list of priorities is being advanced. And that's the reality that I just want to acknowledge, that if we say we want to do this, it does not have zero impact. It will have an impact on HCD time and capacity that we've already identified other really critical projects for. That's my concern as we talk about this. If I felt confident that it was a zero impact, I'd be like, yeah, let's go. It's not going to be a zero impact.
Well, I would just say, I remember doing a referral on ADUs, and it took 7 years to get there. So I don't think this is going to take that long. If we put it in line with some additional resources at the right time, we're probably going to see this in about 2 years from now, So it's not going to squeeze everything off the table right now, but it's just saying it's going to get in the queue, and at the right time, with staff's guidance, we're going to get to it. If we decide to move forward and give that direction today.
I hope it's faster than 2 years, but I agree with that approach.
Yeah, I hope it's a lot faster than 2 years. What's the point?
Even better. but my experience is they take some time.
I think it all takes time because we keep adding too many things to the list and saying that everything can't be a priority.
So does the board want to do anything here? As I say, I'm not going to support anything that's going to extend beyond a mile. I'll support, within that. Again, I know we're kind of approaching this a little bit as a pilot too. Everything can be looked at in the future, but that's where my line is. And
I'll make a motion to support the staff's recommendation that we move this forward with looking at outside support and perhaps a retired annuitant. But some of the specifics that we want to tie in would be it should be within a mile of a recognized or organized city jurisdiction, and that it does not provide edibles. I think that's, I don't know, in my mind that's a good idea, but if you're not going to be wed to it, I'm not going to throw it in.
I would say we allow, the first piece I'm good with, right, that we're giving that direction for staff to go back and work on it and to run that through the cannabis committee.
Yeah, I like that too. Bring it back to us.
We've heard the concerns. We can work on those
Yeah.
together and bring back, because it's going to have to be finalized here, something for us all to look at together.
That sounds like a good idea.
I'll trade off the edibles issue. I have some concerns on that, but I'm pretty hard on the mile.
Okay.
If that's not included, I will oppose it.
We'll keep the mile in. I think that's fine. It will be.
It's got to come back again anyway. So
Yeah, we'll be silent on edibles, though.
Okay.
So that's what my motion is. It'll be coming back to the Cannabis
I'll
Committee.
second that then.
Supervisor Church, thank you very much.
Just to clarify, is that per what Supervisor Lopez had originally stated, so external support funded by industry to fund the work that goes into this? If that's something we can arrange, then we would move forward? Okay.
That's what was said.
And all those, we're ready to vote then? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. That we'll move on to item 11, which is general plan implementation and housing element progress report. Another easy one.
Hello, Chair, Supervisors. Just give us one moment to settle in. Okay, Alex or Quinn, if you can please share monitor right.
We can begin the presentation. Please go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair, Supervisors. I'm Melanie Beretti, Acting Chief of Planning with Housing Community Development Department. I am joined up here today by Darby Marshall, our Housing Program Manager, as well as Craig Spencer, our Director of Housing Community Development. So today the item before you is to consider and accept the 2023 annual progress report for the general plan implementation, as well as our housing element implementation for the fifth cycle, which is 2015 through 2023, to authorize our director to submit to the state the required reports to the State Housing Office of Planning and Research, as well as to provide very critical direction to staff on the long-range work program. So on April 1st of each year, the county is required by state law to submit an annual progress report for the general plan implementation and housing element. Just for some policy context, our 2010 general plan applies to the inland unincorporated areas of Monterey County. We still have the 1982 general plan that is in effect for the coastal zone, along with the land use plans for the coastal zone. The majority of the outstanding implementation policies are with the 2010 general plan. And then our housing element is applicable countywide, and the housing element is how the county plans to meet the existing and future housing needs of its residents for all income levels by meeting its regional housing needs allocation. I'm going to pass the next couple of slides over to Darby Marshall so he can speak more specifically about our housing element progress. Darby.
Okay, so last year we entitled 135 new units or lots, and we issued 169 building permits, and we finalized 143 permits last year. The vast majority of what we are permitting in this county are single-family detached dwellings, primarily on fairly large lots. The other thing that we are seeing is a slight upward trend in the number of ADUs that are being built, but those are primarily in the Santa Lucia, Highlands, Del Monte Forest, Carmel Valley area of in the unincorporated areas. One of the discouraging trends that I've seen in the last 8-year cycle was the decided lack of multifamily construction in the unincorporated areas. We had only 2 multifamily projects that were built in the unincorporated area that were not employer-sponsored housing. One of them was Camp Fora Highlands outside Soledad, and that was replacement housing. It was an old Bracero camp that was being used for family housing that needed to be modernized. So in reality, we have only added about 66 new units of multifamily housing in the county in the last 8 years, and that was Chispa's, Alfred Diaz Infante apartments in East Garrison. So we're really falling down on that. We really need to find a way to get the private market to build more of those product. Next slide, please. So this is how we performed overall in the 5th cycle. We met our objectives for low income and above moderate. We only made the low because we were able to count the employer-sponsored housing for farm worker. Very low income, we didn't make it. We need to do much better on that. Those units also require tremendous subsidies, and that's becoming more and more apparent as we start to look at pricing for the inclusionary housing ordinance and how we set those prices. So we may want to revisit that. And then the above market, about 400 of the units that we have produced in the last 8-year cycle were on units that were entitled years and years ago. You know, whether it was at Del Monte Forest or somewhere in Carmel Valley or somewhere in North County, a lot of these things are just not going to apply to the inclusionary housing ordinance because the underlying subdivision happened either before the ordinance was in place or is part of a larger subdivision that had already met its obligation and they're still just selling lots that we're absorbing. So that's kind of where we are with the housing element over the last 5 years.
Thanks, Darby. So moving on to the general plan implementation, there were 2 general plan amendments that were processed in 2023. Those were both in the coastal zone, amending the 1982 general plan. One was an amendment in the Del Monte Forest land use plan area. That was really an amendment property parcel that had an existing house on a property that was inappropriately zoned, and so that got rezoned to medium-density residential. The other was amendment to the North County Land Use Plan, Moss Landing Community Plan. Essentially, that land use designated changed because the school district sold the site, so it's now zoned as commercial. So we were able to complete, well, let me start with the long-range work program. So our long-range work program, that incorporates both general plan implementation as well as other program activities, ordinance plans as directed. And it's implemented primarily by HCD's advanced planning team. And that is typically inclusive of our chief of planning and director. We try to minimize those direct assignments to the higher level positions, but they do linger sometimes. Other HCD staff members also support certain tasks, such as our housing program managers supporting the inclusionary housing ordinance, and then also partners in other departments. So some of the plans and ordinance work, for example, come from the CAO's office, and with HCD support and coordination. So for the past year, 9 long-range planning tasks were completed. So that's inclusive of state mandatory reporting. The details of all of the completed tasks can be found in Exhibit D, which is the discussion. I'm just going to highlight a couple of key accomplishments. One is HCD was able to launch a really great online resource page for accessory dwelling units, which includes and highlights the county pre-approved plans that are now available for the public at no cost, as well as general accessory dwelling unit information and permit information for process. That link is on there for anyone who's interested. This board took action recently to adopt ordinance number 5414, which put in place new regulations to mitigate for development on farmlands, as well as with some funding from the county. The Resource Conservation District of Monterey County was able to partner with various entities, including multiple local Native American tribes, to hold the 2023 Central Coast Caltex multi-day prescribed fire training exchange, which resulted in over 20 acres of prescribed burns across the Monterey Bay region. So we were also able to make progress on an additional 22 work programs, of which 20 were planned and only 2 were unplanned. And some key highlights include that we now have draft coastal accessory dwelling unit ordinance and required land use plan updates that were developed and have been reviewed by Coastal Commission staff. Also, the draft update to the Big Sur land use plan has been released, and we've been able to hold multiple workshops at the Planning Commission to continue the development of an updated land use plan. We also were able to circulate the revised draft environmental impact report for the Carmel Lagoon project, which balances flood management and environmental protection. So again, just a few highlights. The initial greenhouse gas mitigation strategies were drafted, and recently the CAO sustainability team came forward and was seeking direction on the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, approach, which has been determined. So that project continues to move forward. And we also released and have closed a request for proposals for developing a draft Chular, or developing the Chular Community Plan. And those proposals that were submitted are under review. The county was able to receive pass-through funding for the North County Wildfire Protection and Eucalyptus Removal Program, pilot program. This is unplanned, but with great financial resources coming into the county. Hold on. Bear with me, my apologies. Well, we're just going to continue moving forward. We continue to make progress on the general plan elements, and I'll talk more about those soon. And Moss Landing, we've gotten our consultant contract ready to go, and that'll be coming forward to the board for approval in one of your next couple of meetings so that we can continue to move forward on that long being updated community plan and including incorporation of the climate hazard regulations. So now talking about North County, we did get the state pass-through funding, and the guidelines for that program, for a pilot program, are under development. And then also we happily released and have now circulated the draft environmental impact report for vacation rental ordinances, and staff is on track to bring those forward to the Planning Commission on May 29th, and tentatively then to the board on July 9th. So shifting from what we've been able to accomplish, we're really looking at this current year that we're in, moving forward, how to continue to moving things forward, and appropriately assign work, staff, and priorities to the work that we do. So just as a refresher, at a high level, we generally prioritize based on if we have a state or federal or other legal mandate to accomplish work as board policy priorities arise, including referrals. We prioritize tasks where we have existing grant funding to help offset those costs, and then also general plan implementation priorities, and then other activities as time and resources allow. So that's very generally how we kind of prioritize activities. Really, once a task is assigned and underway, staff makes every effort to maintain active progress through to its completion. So unless there's a formal determination made that there are other tasks that take higher priority, that start and stop effort in the long-range work program can be really challenging. So we try to avoid that to keep the momentum. So active projects are ranked as 1, and those include projects that are currently assigned with our existing staff, and they're in progress, and we intend to maintain as top priorities for the year so that we continue making progress. Priority within that rank 1 assigned tasks really involves multiple considerations. It depends who the staff member is and expertise that are needed on it. It depends on, when it's very clear priority from the board or other mandated timelines. Project schedules, just how the turnaround works with our consultants, as well as administrative timelines, for example, when we have mandatory review periods for documents. And I noted it before, but I will note that currently our rank 1 projects do include the director and chief planning having direct assignments. That can be a little bit challenging, so we are trying to shift the direct leads to other staff so that the chief and the director can provide more of that oversight and review. So that is in transition this year now that we've got a more fully staffed. And we do have currently, I'm acting chief. Formally, we have a chief vacancy, which means the principal planner for the long-range team. I'm sharing both of those positions, so we do have to close that recruitment so we can fill 1 vacancy there on the management team. And then we have, we're just able to bring on a new assistant planner who's been getting up and running. We have 1 remaining assistant planner vacancy on our long-range work advanced planning team. So we're actually filling the team out nicely. When we talk about pending active projects, which are ranked 2, so these are ones that they're not currently assigned or active. We do understand either that they have been on our priority list and or given our current staff makes sense to assign up and coming, but really the approach is we don't assign and turn a project from a rank 2 to a rank 1 as active until there's a substantial enough opening in our workload that once it gets underway, we can maintain progress on that activity. And then we have a number of projects that are ranked as 3. These were projects that had been on our work program. We don't really think we'll get to them in any meaningful way this year unless we're successful in filling positions and getting people onboarded. And so again, anywhere in there, as you guys look, like your last conversation about where cannabis might fit in, depending on the priority, the timeline, and urgency, it could be replacing something on the rank 1 or placing it at the top of the pending active for when we have workload capacity that opens. There's different ways to look at that. And really, we look to you all when there's new requests or referrals submitted to give us that clear direction. So just looking at our list, I did try to categorize. So this first slide are really what we view, what staff understands to be the top priorities. I'll reemphasize what Supervisor Adams had stated. We're very clear in the near term housing element and vacation rental ordinances are very top priorities. And so what that really looks like for us is, for example, we have the May 29th Planning Commission where accessory dwelling unit ordinances and plans, housing element, public draft review, and vacation rental ordinances were all timed, ready to go to Planning Commission on that date. They can't all go and move development projects, which is a good problem to have. So we pushed accessory dwelling units forward to the next Planning Commission, and we're trying to get a special meeting scheduled for the housing element so that we don't get fatigue from the commission. So that's kind of in a real life what this priority list means to us. And it depends on who staff is and again, various other timelines. But there are upwards of 30 work program tasks that have been identified in this year. And I think I covered this one, so I'll move to the next. All right. So this next batch, again, they're all on our high priorities, but these are ones that either when existing staff are assigned will, where we can flex and move, slow things down to accommodate, or when we run into bottlenecks, which we've been running into with county council and our management team to actually provide review. We will bring, housing element, we'll review those chapters ahead of, say, the draft Big Sur Coast land use plan chapters in the queue. So that's how we make those adjustment determinations. And really importantly, just some notes. One thing that we did add to, we added in this year that we are going to be concurrently bringing forward the rezone to accompany our housing element. That's actually a fairly significant undertaking. We had originally thought we had 1 year after certification, but it's actually 1 year from the due date, which was last December. So it'll be moving concurrently with. And so with that, we've made some other shifts in staffing and priorities that are reflected in the presentation. And again, these are just because they didn't all fit on the slide, some additional activities that we try to keep making progress on, but they're smaller, they fit in as they're able to. So when we talk about our 2024 priorities that are ranked as number 2, so these are the pending active. So a couple of these, the development evaluation system, as well as Senate Bill 9 ordinances, some of these might move ahead of the housing element, but a lot of our housing policies are kind of intertwining. And so we're also kind of waiting to see how those evolve to see, when it makes sense to move on some of these. But they're not currently active, but we do anticipate there might be some actions happening depending on where all of that pans out. The historic preservation plan, so this is something that has been requested from the Historic Resources Board. It's been on our work program for a couple years, and actually the staff member who supports that is on the team, as well as telecommunications, Fort Ord Woodland conservation areas. Because we're moving the resource management plan for Fort Ord, staff can envision that it just makes good sense to move that forward. But these are really, again, no work is halted or hasn't started on these, and we wouldn't assign until we have that capacity. And then these rank 3, some of these we bumped down, or they're kind of on hold just pending additional staffing, or unless directed otherwise by the board or otherwise. In addition, and you discussed one of these, there are a couple of other items that staff has either been in the conversations or we're aware of that are potential additional work that could be added to the work program. Cannabis consumption lounges you all just discussed, so we definitely would want clear direction on where you want it to fit in and how. Additionally, there's been some discussions around tree policies and allocations. Bolsonol's, Little Bear Creek, flood maintenance, there's a board referral related to that, and there's some various other items and other things just pop up. So we're happy, and I'm happy to come back and revisit these slides with you all today. And then just to touch on, so we do track our, so again, we don't just do it with staff time. We also have a number of consultants who support the work that we're doing and the activities overseen by our team. In this coming year, we've got about $1.2 million in outside consultant costs estimated to implement our long-range work program. About 100,000 of that will come from outside grants, another 316 in outside funds. That's the Fort Ord management funds, habitat management funds. And then we did submit a request for a $775 approximately $1,000 augmentation, which is primarily for the general plan implementation, the majority of which is the cost of an EIR for the housing element, and then also some costs for the Chular community plan. So with that, we look to, the board defined that consideration of the annual reports is not a project subject to CEQA, except the 2023 progress reports for the general plan and housing element, authorize submittal of those to the state, and importantly, provide direction to staff on the long-range planning work program. Staff is available for questions, and if you have additional comments, thank you.
Any questions from the board now before we go out to public?
I do have just a couple questions.
Yes.
Reorganize my notes here. So on the list of priority 1 projects, can you speak to how everything that's listed as a priority 1 has a staff person assigned to it? On average, how many projects per planner are they carrying?
So it really depends on the nature of the project. So for example, our general plan elements, we've probably got the total of 1.5 FTEs working on that. It's kind of spread amongst 2 or 3 of us, depending on which aspects of it. Other work is a little bit more straightforward, not as time consuming. So it really depends on the nature. And I do work really closely with the advanced planning team. We do a pretty good job at tracking our effort, how much time it takes to really put in. And then we have we do an annual work planning for how, this took 20% of my time last year. We expect similar effort or increasing or decreasing. So I know that doesn't directly answer it, but it's fairly informed, and it really just depends on the nature of the project.
And maybe how many planners total?
So the advanced planning team is a team of 9, which includes the principal planner. So, and we've got 1 current vacancy. And then, of course, there are others that contribute to it.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So, and then I asked that question because I think it's important. Sometimes we hear from the public that they're frustrated that things aren't moving fast enough, or we ourselves get frustrated, and I'm sure you hear from us about why isn't this done yet? Why isn't it moving faster? I know that on many of the projects that fall into District 4, you're my point of contact. I know you're the one that is managing all of those issues, all of those projects, and it's not lost on me that one person can only do so much and keep so many sort of moving balls in the air. And so I just want to recognize and acknowledge the fact that we have a lot of work on this plan. There's a lot of work on this plan. For 9 folks to be keeping all of those balls moving forward is asking a lot of those 9 positions. And to that, so thank you. I'm seeing you and acknowledging that. And when we do get frustrated, I always try to remember, you've got 4 other top priorities that are also demanding your time. But I think you mentioned in one of the slides that we were able to accomplish, I think there were 7 projects that were completed last year. Sorry, I had it tagged here.
Would you like me to put the slide back up?
Yeah, so it was the 7, the projects that were completed.
Yeah,
in this last
Alex
year.
or Quinn, can you share monitor right?
I think it was slide 7.
Yeah.
So we have 7 sort of big project task areas that were completed last year, and we have how many priority 1 projects that remain top priorities that we're hoping to get done this year?
I think that are assigned and active. Not all of them will get done this year. Some of it's just continuing substantial progress, but I believe that number of the actives are right around 20 that are the rank 1.
Right. Okay. So I'm just making the point that we and I own this, right? We continue to give you projects and we say this is a priority, but if we are going to expect actually things to get done, we have to do a better job of letting you know and being really clear about what the true priorities are, because everything can't be at the top of the list unless we're also prepared to double your staff. So I don't see that as being a reality, but it is something that I'm very conscientious of. And some of these things on our rank 1 list are a huge part. I mean, getting this vacation rental ordinance done, like that's the top priority, getting our housing element completed. You know, I don't want to be giving you priorities that push those significant things off of our list. So that's just the question that I had around staffing and capacity. And I'll have some more comments when it's time.
Thank you very much, and I'll agree with my colleagues, and I think all of us up here agree that your office does a lot, for sure, and some of the most important work that our county does. Projects couldn't be realized unless your staff got them through the process first. So I definitely want to acknowledge it. In terms of staff vacancies, how many vacancies? I know this has been an ongoing challenge for a lot of departments, a lot of counties throughout California, but specifically to housing and community development, how many vacancies are there now? Just as we talk about workload, if you could just update us on what's the vacancy rate as well.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. The department-wide, we have about 20 vacant positions, which is close to a 20% vacancy rate. It's a department of 100, but we have substantially reinforced the planning part of our operations. We have housing, we have building, we have code enforcement, we have drainage and flood control, and we have engineering services, encroachment permits, and traffic review. So there's a lot that we do, plus a whole administrative support staff. And so those vacancies are across HCD. Within the planning department, we do have the need to recruit for a chief, and from there recruit for a couple more positions if that ends up being the case. Most of what has happened is internally there were promotional opportunities, which is a way we were able to help out the planning side of the house, both long range and current. But that didn't mean a new person came in the door. So where they were is still vacant, which didn't really help with our overall vacancy rates, but we're working through that progression.
But I think it helps with retention, because obviously any staff wants to move up in their professional challenge, in their positions and in their pay and benefits and things like that. So I see that as a win. Now, it's somebody that you did not lose to another county or some other local government. But I just wanted to put that in context, because I think we have some work there in supporting this department and filling those important positions as well. The only other thing I saw missing, and maybe it's just not one of those things that it's like an ordinance, but it was just agriculture employer-sponsored housing program, because in the last year and a half, we did have 3 projects go through your office. The 2 in Pajaro, one just went through the Planning Commission, and the Vanguard project over here between mine and Supervisor Lopez, actually in his district. I'm on the other side of the street. But anyways, those were all significant, because in a year and a half, 3 more employer-sponsored farm worker housing projects went through. Very beautiful proposed projects that other counties aren't doing. So I didn't want to take away that, because that's another thing that we always got to take an opportunity to tell the community we are getting these projects, and telling employers we have done this extra work to get these projects, because we know how important they are for the community. So I just wanted to just point that out, because I think that's worthy of having on this list of accomplishments as well. Thank you.
If I could add briefly that this report really is focused on the long-range planning component of HCD, where we have a staff of current planners who are working as hard as they can to help people get permits for those houses, those subdivisions, those agricultural employee or any employee-sponsored housing program. And we have ongoing priorities that the board has provided for us to prioritize those economic development projects, as well as employer-sponsored agricultural employee housing projects. So those do get assigned and made someone's priority, but not necessarily the same staff that are working on the vacation rental ordinance or the housing element as more long-range planning versus an applicant who owns a property who's trying to develop something.
Any more questions or comments from the board before we go out to the public, and then we can bring it back? Okay. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to address this matter or online?
Andrew Haralook.
Yes, Andrew, you have 2 minutes to address this issue. I have anybody else?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please. You go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to say some things that I think both the supervisors and the staff may not be pleased with. I know the RENA proposal that is being discussed is a state requirement and was due on December 15, 2023. You all know this. I'd like to know why the county is going to be 6 months late in its submission. Without a state-approved plan, we are open to a variety of liabilities, including loss of funds from the state and the builder's remedy. Already, we are seeing 2 projects in the 5th district in the county going through the builder's remedy process without county supervision and approval. I understand that the staff takes direction from the supervisors, but the staff is still required to meet the state requirements. Why is the staff 6 months late? We hired a consultant to help with the project. Didn't we give the consultant a schedule to meet? How are the supervisors providing priorities? And today's discussion shows me they're not. The deadline was known to all by mid-2022. Why are the supervisors not managing this project more closely? Claiming the staff is busy is not an acceptable answer. Where is the accountability? Such delinquent work in the private sector would result in someone's immediate termination. Why are we allowing our staff to put the county at risk? Why hasn't there been better supervision by the supervisors of the staff? Do the staff need more personnel? Are they staffed appropriately? Are we still paying for this consultant? Why is he not being held accountable? The RENA proposal is being developed with minimal input from the residents. When we learned of this work last year, we told the staff of our concerns, and we were told we don't have enough time to incorporate your objections. That was 6 months ago, and here we are 6 months later. They could have listened to us and replied back to our concerns and had plenty of time to consider it. But they just blew us off. They turned a deaf ear to us. I understand this forum is doesn't allow you to answer these questions, but I would like to demand that the supervisors provide me with these answers. Supervisor Adams knows how to get in touch with me, and I'd really like to know why you guys are so late.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up. Do we have anybody else?
Yes, phone number ending in 837.
Yes, 837. You have 2 minutes. Phone number ending in 837. You have 2 minutes if you would like to comment. Do we have anybody else?
Yes, Laura.
Laura, you have 2 minutes if you'd like to make a comment.
Thank you. My name is Laura Davis. I'm the Deputy Director of Landwatch, and I'll be providing comments on Landwatch's behalf. Since the county adopted the general plan update in 2010, Landwatch has tracked plan implementation. 14 years later, 72 policy categories remain incomplete. Of particular importance are the Development Evaluation System, or DES, the Climate Action Plan, and the community plans for Boronda, Chular, and Pajaro. The DES was allotted an implementation period of 1 year, meaning completion in 2011. It is now 2024. Landwatch is at a loss to understand a 14-year plus implementation period for a task that the county expected to complete in 12 months. We urge the Board of Supervisors, the Planning Commission, and the Chief Administrative Office to examine this management failure and to address it by establishing clear priorities, deadlines, and staff responsibilities for completing the tasks identified in 2010 without further delay. As a separate issue, but also related to excessive delay, I would like to draw attention to Landwatch's concerns about the county's failure to submit the updated housing element on time. As a result of this delay, unincorporated areas are now subject to unplanned and unregulated growth by developers under the builder's remedy. Landwatch urges the county to complete its mandated housing element with special attention to state guidelines and smart planning principles, including identifying sites that allow for adequate density to facilitate affordability, locating lower-income housing within already urbanized areas of the county where there are economic, educational, recreational, and cultural opportunities, and focusing new residential development in infill areas to minimize vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions, to avoid sprawl development, to preserve open space, and to take advantage of access to existing infrastructure, services, and amenities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Phone number ending in 837.
837 will give you another chance here for 2 minutes if you'd like to speak. Okay. Do we have any? Oh, there we go.
Hi. Hi.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Brian Rosen, and I want to say that even if growth is small, the way we're going in the long run, it's going to add up to one big city between San Francisco to Monterey. And I ask you, is this the kind of future that we want to create for ourselves, to keep on accommodating everybody that wants to move to California, or keep on accommodating population growth? Because we're losing more and more of our nature and more of our trees, which are dependent on for our survival, and things are getting more and more, the highways are getting more and more crowded. There's only so much water, and this growth is going to be a death sentence for the quality of life in the future. So when the governor, you have the right to defy him. There are cities suing the governor over the mandate under constitutional grounds. It's a violation of our constitutional rights. Now, I'm all for low-income housing because I think that's important, but a lot of times that's just thrown in with all the other levels of housing so people can keep moving from all over the country. And we can put housing on top of existing buildings. We can put parking lots underground. We don't have to just keep developing. We can provide trailers for the homeless with showers and restrooms and parking lots. But if we're just going to keep on developing and doing what, not have the courage to stand up to the state, we can defy these mandates on constitutional grounds. And yes, we need to start addressing the issue of population. Every human being is precious, but if the population keeps on growing, it could be a nightmare for traffic and for the quality of life. So I'm asking you to please concentrate on low-income housing. It shouldn't just be thrown in as a way to get all the high-income housing and all the development for the wealthier people. They're going to do fine no matter what. It's really the low-income people, the homeless people, who are the ones we need to help the most. They're the ones, a society is judged how it treats its weaker members, and we don't have to destroy the environment and the quality of life. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you for your comments. Other comments? So with that, we'll close public comment and bring it back here to the board for any direction we want to give on to this. Go ahead, Supervisor.
I just wanted to see, just in response to the public comments about the housing element and the timing, because there's reasons for that, right? I was just reading the other day, I think 40% of California cities don't have an approved housing element. And I know there's a lot more counties, I think because the deadlines were different, that are similar to ours, but there's a lot of requirements, a lot of there's a lot of new changes in state housing laws that makes jobs for planners more difficult. And then there's a public process that we have to go through as well. So maybe if you could just address it in terms of why are we late and where are we going in terms of trying to get a certified housing element turned into the state?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. We recognize that we're late and we take ownership of that. We want to put this train back on the right track and move this forward. We want to get it done. It is extremely complicated. The requirements that and the amount of detail and information that gets fed into creating a document that ultimately needs to pass muster at many different levels is extremely complicated. Part of what we try to do is balance some outreach, some discussions with communities and community members about where opportunity sites might belong. Until we had something to work with, we couldn't draft the housing element because we didn't know what sites we had to meet the housing element until we had at some level of outreach. So there is a balance between how much do we get input and when do we move forward. and how complicated it is to actually draft the language that goes into hundreds of pages of what ends up being a housing element that is consistent with new state law that's substantially different from every other housing element that we've done in the past. So we recognize that we're late. We want to move this forward. We want to look forward to how we get this back on track and how we get across that finish line. We are we've made this a top priority. We're working tirelessly on addressing all the issues that we know of, and continuing to work with our community on how to get this element to the finish line. That is going to include providing a draft housing element on May 9th for public review. And that would be followed by state initial review, followed by revisions and amendments, and then for approval. So that is mandatory timelines, and it is very complicated, and we're amongst almost half of the jurisdictions who have not been able to meet that state mandated timeline from when the RENA is given to us to when we were supposed to have gone through all of the complicated things that we go through to have that housing element in place.
Great. And once the draft is released on May 9th, there'll be a 30-day public comment period, and we'll have numerous meetings during that time for the public to look at the maps, look at the substance of what you put in there, and then to provide feedback and input, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and the only other thing I would say, Mr. Chair, it always just speaks to the issue of housing, because I always say we do have legal requirements that the governor has put on all local governments, cities and counties, a goal of over 3 million new housing, of which 1 million is affordable, and that's reflected in those RENA numbers. But somebody talked about quality of life, and I just want to say how critical it is. The RENA numbers are the minimum local governments are supposed to meet, but I would say that the need is so great here in Monterey County and throughout California that I think local governments need to go beyond that. And when I talk about quality of life, I'm trying to address those issues where there's severe overcrowding in places like Salinas, and I know in everybody else's district in Monterey County, overcrowded, 2-3 families in a house, high rents, the impossibility of home ownership. As long as the housing stock remains the same and the need continues to grow, our families are going to continue to have housing be out of reach. Either they're going to get outpriced of the rent, or they're never going to be able to buy a house in our county. Their children, when they go to college and want to come back, might never have the possibility of home ownership either. So I want to just stress and counter those views that we shouldn't be trying to meet our housing. I think we do. It's our biggest responsibility. It's one of the biggest things we hear when we run for office, that people want to have us address our housing and homelessness crisis. This helps us put that theory and those words into actual action over the next several years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm just curious about something as we're talking about the, difficulty of getting through the housing element. We had a consultant working with us, didn't we? Yep. And where are they now? I don't think I've seen anything of them for ages.
Yeah, they have been working with us from the time we brought them on board. And again, they did as much as they could, informing us of what state HCD and their experience was, helping us gather a lot of background detail and information, going through maps of high opportunity areas, high fire hazard areas, flood areas, going through what would pass muster as housing opportunity sites, then refining that further. They've been telling us we can draft certain chapters of the housing element, which they did, but the chapters of the housing element that rely on the housing opportunity sites really need that buy-in on what do we put in that draft housing opportunity site document before we can draft those chapters that rely on what those housing opportunity sites are. once we decided upon those, at least in this draft form, we had them immediately start working on drafting those chapters. We've been reviewing those chapters, and it is just about complete at this point.
Remind me of who it was.
It's Harris and Associates Consulting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we're looking at priorities here as well. I mean, the two things that stick out in my mind that I would like to see raised, as I know we haven't really gone down too many details here, is one, there's the Bolson-Knowles issue over here, although I think I think Public Works is doing a lot in that as well, so I don't know if that's a real heavy load for you at this point, but I am particularly interested in that because one of the housing element designated sites is actually above Bolson-Knowles, so the water would be flowing down. It would add to the problem there, and I think that needs to be addressed if we're going to really consider that as an opportunity for housing, which as we've already talked about, we really need. The other one, and again, I don't think this one's a real big lift either, because I think it's going to be very narrow and focused, would be on the tree removal regulations, and this isn't really more focused on wildfire management and trees that are dead, which is rather ambiguous as it stands right now.
It's the eucalyptus.
There's, I'm not going to raise eucalyptus right now.
If I may request, can you guys share, Alex and Quinn, can you share Monitor Right? I can just pull them up for which ones you're speaking to.
And while Melanie's doing that, I'd also like to say that HCD staff really does want to do all of the things on this list, and we want to do it yesterday, and we feel that that pressure, and we do want to be able to do all of this. In reality, we can't have it done tomorrow, but we are going to continue to do our best to get as many of these things done as we can, as soon as we can. And so we continue to move all of this forward at this point, all of the rank 1 things, as well as some other priorities or other projects that have come up. We know that Bolson-Knowles has suffered from floods, and we want to be part of the solution. So we do what we can, and we try and coordinate with other departments where we can share resources to help keep things moving.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor.
Yeah, thank you. You know, this has really been very helpful because exactly as seeing the outdoor grow, I had no idea it was at the bottom of the list. But I think that it would serve you well to be more forthcoming with us about this work program. Do you know, I've never seen it before. I don't know if everybody else has, and I was just simply the only one who hadn't. But to see all of the programs that you're working on and to know where they are is just really important. And it gives us something that we can feed back to our constituents, because people are on us all the time. You know, I don't know, I've asked, but I'm not getting any place. I think that is one of the most important things that you could do, is just be more forthcoming and more, I'll use the word forthcoming. I don't mean transparent, because I know you don't try to hide things, but you've got to be more forthcoming with us. It just makes our lives a lot easier, I think.
If I may, through the chair, just to take an opportunity while the public hopefully is listening. So we do include on the 8 Housing Community Development website, we do include on our long-range programs, policies under development, we include the annual long-range work program that's been adopted and those state reports that are submitted. So we will push that out to the link. We'll push that out to the supervisorial districts. I won't go through it now, so that you can share that with your constituents. And again, after today, we will post all of the updated information as well. Thank you.
So would I or somebody in my district have seen this information presented as you did if they had dug through enough?
So we, at least for the last 4 years, we have brought forward with our annual report for the general plan and housing element, the 5-year long-range work program. It's looked a little bit different, but we have done an annual report. Just last year, I believe, was the first year that we posted it to have it on our webpage so anyone can look at it at any time. And we'll work as well. I will continue to work with our team to help push that information out and again make sure that it's provided to your districts as well. Once a year is not a lot, so I understand it doesn't come to top of mind in the middle of your year when your constituents are calling and reaching out. So we will continue to help keep that information at top of top of the list.
Thank you.
So earlier today, we congratulated Susan Blitch on taking the top job. And Craig, I'm going to take the opportunity here and just say, you recently were also appointed to the top dog position. And it's not lost on me that most folks in that position aren't there an extremely long time. But I think you have the ability, given your experience within this department, to really take it by the horns, be here a really long time, and be transformative for this department in a different way, having served at all levels within this department and come up within it. I think that's the benefit when we talk about growing our own and having that value. I see that value. So I'm asking you all to do the important work of, as Supervisor Adams asked, making sure you're up front with us about those pieces. I've seen those pieces. I know where to dig to find them, but I know that there's folks in the community who might not be. I'm going to channel Supervisor Ask you in saying self-care is important. Take care of yourselves. We don't want to see any of you burn out. You're all doing incredibly important work for our communities. Much of what we ran on and have expectations from our community about are the very pieces that are in your hands. And so I know that everyone says, bring forward your ass and during budget time and we'll look at them. But I think to the extent that you brought them forward and been realistic with your ask, which is one thing I'm really appreciative of your approach this year, Craig, during our budget workshop, please continue to do that. Let us know how we can be helpful in moving these to the extent that they can, because at the end of the day, whether it's in a new, as we talked about earlier, or new staff, they have to be managed. And that in the end runs up the ranks and puts additional layers on you. When you're wearing 3 hats and already doing 2 other jobs, I can see how heavy that might be. And so I think the big picture is that I'm supportive of the work plan that you have laid out, even though it really seems like there's one tier and then a second sort of later tier. I get that. And everything you do is important. The more you can cross off, the better, but big picture, I'm supportive of you and your team and look forward to see what you can do to reform process and perhaps design so that we have better understanding of it moving forward as a community, not just as supervisors, because at the end of the day, we need to reflect out to the community what we're doing and what's being done by the county as a whole. Big picture, appreciate the work, happy to support it today, and appreciate each one of you for the work you do every single day to move the needle for Monterey County's residents.
Echo. I did just want to announce, and correct me if I'm wrong on these dates, but on a couple of these big priority 1 issues, we have the housing element coming to the Planning Commission.
So the housing element will have available for public 30-day public review in early May. Our target date is actually May 6th for that. And then we are working on scheduling a special meeting with the Planning Commission, so we don't have that date quite yet. Okay. And then the housing element draft will be before the Board of Supervisors on June 4th. It's on your... We're also trying to do that. Yeah.
Great. And then there'll be additional outreach in every district. I know I've asked to have this presented to the Marina City Council since some of the sites are within the sphere of influence for Marina. I want to make sure we are very transparent and collect all of that feedback. So we'll be getting that information out. On the vacation rental ordinance, can you just again state the dates that those are coming forward?
Yes, vacation rental ordinances are currently targeting May 29th for the Planning Commission, and we are on the schedule for the board for July 9th.
And is that draft out currently? When do we?
It's not that draft. We'll get it out as early as we can ahead of the that date. But we are actively working on responding to public comment to get that final EIR and making some adjustments to the ordinance themselves based on the environmental review.
Great. And then the Community Climate Action Plan, I know there was a recommendation from the committee to move forward with a non-qualified plan. Do we have a date or a timeline that we can expect that to come to us?
So I don't have a firm date. I'm not sure if anyone from CAO's office is on that can inform, but I was told that that should be coming forward this summer based on that direction, but I don't have a more specific update.
Okay, and then the East Garrison specific plan amendment, I know that just went through the Planning Commission. Do we have a date when that will be coming to the Board of Supervisors?
Right now, we're on the Board of Supervisors schedule for June 11th. We hope to hold that date, and that will be both a Board of Supervisors as county and Board of Supervisors as the successor agency.
Got it. Okay, great, thank you.
Any other comments, direction? Need to...
I think there was a motion there, right? I'll move staff recommendation.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We'll move on. There are no new referrals, so we do have one referral response regarding the Wine Improvement Heritage District.
Good afternoon, Chair Church, Board of Supervisors, CEO De La Rosa, and congratulations, County Council Blitch. Richard Vaughn, Economic Development Manager, and I also have with me Isela Sandoval, our Management Analyst in the division. And today we have a presentation for you regarding Board Referral 2024-03. And so wanted to give you some background on this specific project and program. So the referral was submitted by Supervisor Lopez and assigned by CAO on March 12th of 2020 of this year. The referral seeks to allow a third-party organization, specifically Civitas Advisors, the opportunity to examine confidential sales or transaction and use tax records to assist the Monterey County Vintners and Growers Association in potentially forming a wine improvement / heritage district. The Vintners and Growers Association, some background on them, they were established in 1974 and was developed to promote, protect, and enhance Monterey wine country and our wines, grapes, vintners, growers, and the community. Civitas Advisors, they are a full-service firm specializing in sustainable funding solutions, and they have done a number of wine improvement heritage districts across the state. Some additional background for you. So what does a wine improvement heritage district do? So the main function of this type of district is aimed at increasing business activity, specifically for vineyards for wineries. And so the operations of an improvement heritage district are determined by the businesses that are funding this district, i.e. the wineries and tasting rooms within the said district that's proposed. The district's activities can include print, internet advertising, special event sponsorship, sales efforts, and many other programs that benefit the businesses within that district. I would say you can reference this to the TID, Tourism Improvement District, very similar to what the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau does. How is a wine improvement and heritage district funded? So they're essentially funded through an assessment placed on businesses just within that district. So a district would be decided upon, there'd be boundaries, and then businesses that associate with wine, wineries, tasting rooms would then be assessed a specific amount of an assessment on sales, and that would go to this this specific organization, which would potentially be the Vintners and Growers Association, to conduct this work. And so additional background, so what is sales or transaction use tax data or information? And so retailers engaged in business here in the state of California and throughout the U.S. register with California Department of Tax and Fee Administration and pay the state sales tax, which applies to all retail sales of goods. So essentially, when you go to a retailer and you pay for a cup of coffee, you go to a winery, or you go to a tasting room and you pay for a glass of wine, you pay that sales tax, and a portion of that comes to the county. Who is allowed to access this data and how can it be used? So very specific language centered around who can access this data, how it can be used, and it's put together specifically by the CDTFA. And so divulging information by consultants hired by local governments. So there's section 7056, which provides very specific language around who can access this. Specific counties, cities and counties, cities or a special district can utilize this data. And you would have to work with one of those local organizations in order to access that through the state. And an overview of the project description. So what is being proposed is that the Monterey County Vintners and Growers Association, working in conjunction with Civitas, to potentially review the county sales and transaction use tax data, confidential data, to assist them with determining the viability of a wine heritage improvement district. This request would be the first phase in the overall multi-phase project. And so in conducting outreach to auditor controllers, treasurer tax collector, the state CDTFA, staff has identified that additional steps would need to be completed in order to grant Civitas access to county confidential sales tax data. And so the first key critical step to that, I won't go through all 6, but is that the county would need to enter into an agreement with Civitas along with the Monterey County Vintners and Growers Association to perform specific work for the county. And that was clarified by the state, by a CDTFA. Along with that, there are 6 additional steps that would need to be conducted for this to move forward. And once all of those are approved, then the auditor controller would authorize our current vendor, HDL, to export the winery accounts, winery information, tasting room information to Civitas for review. Estimated project costs. The examination of this information is anticipated not to have an immediate cost. We already have a partner in HDL who conducts this work. They would simply just be transferring the information over to the third-party organization, Civitas. Staff time, roughly estimated 10-15 hours staff time has currently been utilized on this referral. Should it move forward, additional staff time would be required just to go ahead and move forward with a full service agreement with Civitas and the Vintners and Growers. Some departmental challenges. So a little lengthy, but some of this I will have to read through just because it was provided directly by the auditor controllers or a vendor or the state of California. And so the auditor controller and their vendor HDL has advised that sales tax information that will be summarized in their reporting for the winery group will not be consistent between taxpayers. Some taxpayers will have included use tax paid on equipment purchases when the seller is out of state and did not assess the tax at the time of the sale. In many instances, taxpayers roll up the reporting of winery with tasting rooms. Only if a tasting room has a permit issued for its address with the tasting room tax would the tasting room tax be segregated. But in instances, a taxpayer may assign an arbitrary tax amount to each of its locations by assigning a fixed percentage to the CDTFA for use in splitting all taxes reported. Essentially, what that means is that this information, if moved forward and processed and sent over to Civitas, they would have their work cut out for them in trying to slice that up and determine exactly how much sales and use tax is going to specifically the wineries and the tasting rooms. Should this project move forward and a wine heritage district, improvement district be created, there's currently no vehicle for collecting that assessment within the county. So we are being advised, and the treasurer tax collector is recommending that the collection and disbursement of the assessment be handled by a third party outside of the county, just because there is no vehicle for the county to do this collection. In connecting with CDTFA, with the state Tax and Fee Administration, they have identified that a service agreement, including a scope of work, payment, term, insurance, and all necessary exhibits, would be needed to be developed between the county, Civitas, and the vintners and growers to move forward with the project. This would require some additional staff time and potential costs should there be additional costs related to this project. And this is part of the last piece of this is part of the recommendation from staff, which is that should the Vintners and Growers Association be interested in moving this project forward, an agreement for services with Civitas, including the scope of work and everything that is required by the state, would need to be put together, a written plan for the formation of a wine improvement and heritage district, and any other associated documents be provided to staff so that way we can usher that through the process. And the recommendation here, along with what I presented at the board's discretion, should this be coming back to the board, we would propose with the amount of work that would need to be done in putting all of this together that a response back to the board in July of this year. And myself, Isela, we also have Kim Stemler with the Vintners and Growers, Gina Reed with Civitas, and I believe John Holder with Scheid Vineyards, who is the board chair for Vintners and Growers online, if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Questions, board? Oh, do you want me to go out to the public here? I'll go out to the public.
I've got a question, but
go ahead, go right
why don't
ahead.
you go out to the public first? Okay. And then I'll out to
Is there anybody, well, anybody in chambers or online that would like to comment? No, we'll close public comment.
Thank you. This just seems so complicated. You know, I mean, it really, really does. Is there any other way that such a district could be formed without going through all of these steps? I think the idea of a district is a really solid one. Could the tasting rooms just agree to share their information? I don't know if that would be an appropriate thing to do, or if if everybody's really close to the vest about sharing any of their information, if that's the basis of all this, actually.
That definitely could be done. It would take some substantial time for the Vintners and Growers and Civitas to go knocking on doors and get everyone to divulge their confidential tax information. This information that would be shared with Civitas would not identify specific organizations. So it would be rolled up into whether it's at a city aggregate level, a county aggregate level, a district aggregate level. So they wouldn't, once the information is pulled together, it wouldn't say this specific winery has this specific amount of revenue or sales tax that's coming from it. It would be a collection of all of them, or a collection of more than a few within a specific district.
And Richard, do you know, was there discussion with the C. Monterey on how they had set up their MCTID, I think they call it, to figure out did they have to go through this, or was there another way that they were able to get the necessary information to determine whether they should move forward with it?
Yeah, to my knowledge, C. Monterey worked with a third party to go ahead and access this information, but they weren't requesting sales and use tax information. They're requesting information specific to transient occupancy tax. So it's two completely different streams of revenue.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have one little question too, and I'll go to the supervisor. What's the geographical area for this district we're looking at? Or is
that has not been proposed yet.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and maybe Supervisor Lopez, maybe you have a question. Obviously, I think this is allowed under a new law, because I think this is relatively a new possibility for wine appellations throughout the state. I I think Chris told me that it might be the second. I think SLO. I know Santa Cruz County, the Santa Cruz County Mountain Vintners are talking about exploring this with their county supervisors. So that's why this is intriguing.
Temecula and Paso as well.
Yeah. So it's relatively new. And I guess getting the information, I'm not totally sure. They get the sales and use tax information, and then what does that do? Does it determine how much money they would generate, how much it would be viable? And if you could explain, how does the tax work? Is it only on a tasting? Is it when they're purchasing bottles at the winery, online? And I saw the description of it. The tax generated would be used for activities, print and internet advertising, special events, sponsored sales efforts, and other programs that benefit the businesses. But I guess it's all new, so we're trying to learn this as we go along here. But any other added information of how? I assume that at some point, if the county tax collector is saying, well, we don't want to deal with it, have them use some outside vendor, do they form a board, a nonprofit, who then oversees the funding, does the auditing, things like that? Is what I'd be interested in. I'm supportive of this moving forward, obviously, because it's very intriguing, and I certainly, if it could be a benefit to our wine industry in our county, I want to explore and get more details on it. But I don't know if you'd have any additional information in those areas, or whether it could come back in July.
Yeah, I would defer to Gina Reed on the line if she is available from Civitas to address any of the specifics around how this assessment is placed, what it would be placed on, any of those details. I have not. I'm not the expert in taxes. Yeah. I would defer to Civitas specifically.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Fantastic. Hi, Gina Reed with Civitas. Thank you so much for allowing me to talk. You guys asked a couple of questions, so I just wanted to chime in and then I'll answer the most recent questions. So this district, wine districts are fairly new. There are currently only 2 that are actually formed and in existence, and that is Temecula. Temecula has been in place for about 3 years now. Livermore has a district, and then in process of forming, Amador County should be wrapping up within the next month or 2. I'm working with Lodi, SLO County, and then also Santa Barbara County. So while wine districts are relatively new, they are formed under the same law as all of the 115 tourism improvement districts that exist in California, as well as other traditional bids and property-based districts. So it is the same law. The only difference is that instead of the assessment being on lodging, the assessment is on wineries. So I just wanted to start with that. The reason that how we'll use the data is sort of twofold. One, which Richard had mentioned, is to understand how much a wine district could raise for Monterey County. So we do need to kind of understand the revenue that wineries generate, so that we know if, for example, we placed a 1% assessment on certain direct to consumer activities, we would know how much the district would raise. Twofold, the process to form any assessment district does require a petition process in which we need to get petitions signed from assessed businesses that make up over 50% of the budget. So we do need to, when we get to that point in the process, we need to understand that we've legally met that requirement. So the data sort of has twofold. As far as the proposed Monterey wine district, those decisions we have not discussed, and Kim Stemler, who's on the line, can add anything. But that's sort of phase 2 of the project, is once we have a budget from this phase, then we put together a steering committee. We talk about the proposed assessment. We talk about what types of activities we want to assess. But I can tell you from historically with the other wine districts, most are choosing to do all direct to consumer activities. So that's tasting rooms, certain wine shipments within the state of California, events, food, merchandise, tasting room, food and merchandise, anything that the consumer who is coming to the wineries has the ability to purchase. But all of those decisions are done in phase 2. So if the wineries decide to move forward to phase 2, we would come back to you numerous times during the process to sort of share what the proposed district parameters are.
Perfect answer. Thank you.
Is Kim Stemler online? Does she want to add something? Go ahead, Kim.
Hi, supervisors. Good to see you all. I'm here with our board president, John Holder, who works with Scheid, and I'll actually let him answer these questions.
Yeah, for us, this is countywide, first of all. And second of all, this is something that would be focused on our tasting rooms for all the wineries that have tasting rooms in Monterey County. This, for us, is super important to get this data, to be able to make this assessment, to move forward. It's also really important to be able to have this so that we can have this assessment so that we can eventually, hopefully, get to a place where we can use this to really market Monterey wines. And we have seen the results that have come out of Temecula. If we use Temecula as a case study, they've seen an increase of over 28% with people coming out since they've been able to do this and market their area. So this is a great way to market brand Monterey and wine Monterey and drive more people into the area to be educated about wine and come into the area and spend more money in Monterey County, which would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, or we want to give direction on this?
I'd love to see it proceed. I think that's the right direction. Happy to make that in the form of a motion.
Okay, first or second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, opposed? Motion carries. And with that, we'll go to our CAO for her report.
Just a couple comments today, and it was ideal to have the DA here earlier. She is the department that I'm highlighting today, and really just their great work over the course of the last year. On April 1st, the Holding On to Hope facility opened. It's a family justice center in Monterey County, located in King City. And so the mission is to provide a one place for victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, elder abuse, and human trafficking to receive a range of services, both nonprofit and governmental agencies are going to be co-located at the site. In addition to that, they'd like to report the successful prosecution of first-degree murder of Salinas police officer Jorge David Alvarado. The defendant was sentenced to life without parole. And the DA's office did secure $535,000, a federal grant for their cold case task force, and this is to work on 45 unsolved homicide cases. Yep. And lastly, they've created and budgeted for an attorney training program, which helps deputy district attorneys to gain continuing education by bringing MCLE presentations on site. So it's their continuing education for their positions that they hold as attorneys. So that's all I have to report.
Thank you. Board comments. Supervisor Adams, do you want to start?
Sure, thank you. This past weekend, we had a very successful Sea Otter Classic, the bicycle races at Laguna Seca Raceway. It was very well attended, and people seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. The city of Monterey just launched one of the first public Narcan sources. There are 3 container boxes placed throughout the city that has Narcan in them, and it's the first of its kind in our area. There's one at the police station in Monterey, one at the Navigation Center, which is over on Camino Alistero, and then near Dennis the Menace Park, and then one at the Transit Center in downtown. I asked about this a little bit because I was so what if somebody just takes it all? The person who's running the program said, well, then we'll just put more in, because it means it's getting out into the community, and that's really good. So I was pleased to hear that. I hadn't heard about this before. Not much else. The next Monday, HCD is having the Big Sur Coastal Land Use Plan update, which is going to be a community meeting via Zoom. That's April 29th from 5 till 8 p.m. And you can find information about how to join on my Facebook page or by calling my office. Also, the Monterey County Business Council is having its 28th gala and annual Economic Development Awards dinner this coming Friday. So that's always an exciting time to see how people are doing. That's it for me. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez?
Sure, I've got a few to share today. I'll share that unfortunately this weekend, I made it to the Salinas Valley Fair kickoff dinner. Unfortunately, the power went out in the middle of it, and so we were only able to raise about half the money, only saw half the auction items, but it was still a good time, and want to let folks know that we're going to find a way to get those other auction items out into the community to raise the funds that help make that fair possible. But as obviously that was the kickoff dinner, the next couple of weeks the fair will take off in King City, which we know means business slows down a little bit as everybody goes to have a little fun. So just want to encourage folks to come out to the fair and enjoy that down in King City. Saturday morning is always the Junior Livestock Auction, which is the big event in South County for the year. I'll also share that last week I had the opportunity to go to Sacramento with a few of my colleagues for the CSAC Annual Legislative Conference. As part of that, Supervisor Alejo and I had the opportunity to sit down with Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara and have some critical conversations around what's happening in that space for our families who are either on the FAIR plan or losing insurance coverage altogether. And so I think there's going to be some unique challenges that will come out towards the end of the year around this space, and I encourage folks to continue to engage with us in that particular conversation. Also want to share that our listening sessions are scheduled and continuing. The next one up is April 29th in Chular, and we'll be going from there to Greenfield, King City, San Nardo, Spreckles, Soledad, and Gonzales through the end of the year. Also, our 4th annual We Are Southern Monterey County Photo and Art Contest is now live. We started accepting submissions last night, so I encourage folks to submit their artwork. And lastly, just about 2 hours ago, our South County Young Leaders Program applications also went live for this year, so that information's up on the web. Encourage our young students or our young people from throughout the community to apply for that opportunity, and look forward to seeing you out there. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Askew?
All right, also have a few announcements. CSAC was just an awesome opportunity to be with leaders from throughout the county, throughout the state. Sorry, county leaders from throughout the state. We did miss some of our colleagues, but a lot of great conversations and a lot of things to follow up on. So the challenges that we're having with housing element and placement of housing is shared by so many of our colleagues, especially those in rural counties where we don't have community centers or centers of a population where it makes it very simple and straightforward to assign some of our housing needs. So it was really helpful to have some of those conversations. Tonight, I'm headed to Merced to attend the Central California Alliance for Health annual retreat. The Alliance for Health has expanded. We're now 5 counties. Our board approved that transition, but it means we've added some new folks to the board, and I'll look forward to talking about how we can continue to deliver excellent Medi-Cal coverage to about half of our residents in Monterey County who rely on Medi-Cal for their health insurance. We'll also be hosting, our office will be hosting a tour of the Seaside Health Clinic for some of our elected leaders within the district as part of our work to help everyone understand the way that the county health centers meet the needs of our Alliance patients and Medi-Cal members. This is part of our work to get a new expanded health clinic sited in Marina. Our next Wednesdays with Wendy will be on May 1st. We will be welcoming Ezekiel Vega, our county budget director, to come and give a preview, talk about how the county budget is being developed, some of the challenges and some of the opportunities that lay ahead for the county budget. And then finally, I'll just mention that tomorrow is Denim Day. Denim Day is, it takes place on the last Wednesday of April, which is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And we encourage everyone to wear denim as we think and talk about the ways that clothing and choice of clothing has no bearing or is never a reason to blame someone for sexual assault. So wearing jeans on this day is a visible means of protest against the misconceptions that surround sexual violence. So I've got my jeans packed to wear to the retreat tomorrow. And I want to welcome back Sonia and Mary from your trip. We did miss you. And big congratulations. We've had, Susan, so many promotions. And when we talk about Monterey County growing our own, I really am so proud of so many of the folks that have grown up within county government. And as we continue to see that growth, there are growing pains, but I know that we've got the right teams in place to help us navigate forward. I did have one other final just correction that I wanted to go on record with, if I may. And I bring this up as a former MPUSD trustee, where we really prioritized the mental health of access within our schools. And since the time that I served and beyond, every single elementary and middle school at MPUSD, the largest K-12 district, has one full-time mental health professional. The high schools each have 2 full-time mental health professionals or school social workers at each site. All of the sites have all 20 sites in the district have a full-time school psychologist. There is a contract with Monterey County Behavioral Health for 2 full-time mental health professionals for Tier 2 and Tier 3 support for students who need it most. There are also Monterey County Behavioral Health contracts for 5 full-time therapists to support the special education students. All staff in the district have been trained in mental health first aid, which was something that we really prioritized bringing in trainers when behavioral health didn't have enough trainers. And all 10th grade students in the district have also been trained in teen mental health first aid. So I just wanted to be really clear that the district has made significant investments in ensuring that mental health resources are available to every student in the district, every family, and every staff person. There's always more room for improvement, but most of those investments were made and are made with local district dollars with staff that they've brought on and resourced themselves. So just wanted to make sure that that was on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, welcome back, Sonia and Mary. Hope you get better, Supervisor Adams. But good to have you back. You came back safe and you enjoyed yourselves over there. Supervisor Lopez, Askew, and I had a great time at CSAC this week. It was a long week, a lot of meetings that were held. As some of those were hot topics were on the Proposition 1 and the Coastal County. We were giving updates from the coastal commissioners. But I did want to just point out a meeting that Supervisor Lopez and I had with Nick, and that is not for giving up on San Lucas. Speaker Rivas has a new point person on water and the environment, and so we took a time along with Ashley, our advocate, to be able to meet and just keep a spotlight on that issue that we haven't forgot. And we're hoping that our speaker in his top leadership role, if anything's going to happen now for San Lucas, hopefully he'll be the guy to really help us this coming year. So anyways, I just wanted to point that out because we did make a legislative visit there on that disadvantaged community. Just events happening this week. This Thursday, the Hometown Heroes banner program that puts all these beautiful banners in before Memorial Day and before Veterans Day is having a fundraiser here at the Fox Theater on Thursday at 5:30. I will be joining Mary at the MCBC Awards Dinner. And also this Saturday, the Asian Cultural Experience has the Asian Cultural Fair at the Buddhist Temple at 11 o'clock. And the Salinas Firefighter also has a promotion ceremony for their dedicated first responders. The only last thing I wanted to mention was to thank Adolfo Gonzalez, who we've honored here at the Board of Supervisors before. He just had his book reading today. He was a former farm worker of Zapotec, indigenous Oaxacan descent. And he was that remarkable story of a farm worker who never gave up on his educational goals, went to a Salinas Adult School, then to Hartnell College and graduated. Then he went to CSUMB where he got his bachelor's degree. And so he's written a book about his life and all the things that he's overcome. And my staff was able to join him today at his book reading, but we wanted just to congratulate him. And what a remarkable human being and a good leader and somebody who's really shares his story to help inspire other adults that want to continue their education. It's never too late. And Adolfo Gonzalez is an example of that, of the beautiful, amazing people who are resilient and never give up on their goals. So congratulations, Adolfo Gonzalez, where you're at, and congrats on your book writing. Thank you.
I also want to thank Supervisor Alejo. He's going to stand in for me Saturday at the groundbreaking for the new Gonzalez Community Center. I'll be out of town, so thank you, Supervisor Alejo.
I will, in honor of the late Dennis Caprara.
So while the rest of you are gallivanting around the state and around the world, I was the only supervisor in the county for several days last week, trying to hold things down. So this Thursday morning, the North Monterey County Alliance is having a breakfast out at the Moss Landing Marine Labs. I'm going to be at that, and we'll also be at on 11:30 this Friday afternoon with National Crime Victims' Rights Week. We'll have a 25th annual Victims Dedication Ceremony by the District Attorney's Office, and we'll be there. I hope others of you might be able to join. It's always important. Also this week at the Moss Lane Marine Labs on Saturday, they're having their open house between 9 and 4. That's at 8272 Moss Landing Road. It's always a interesting and very pleasant event, and get to learn a lot about marine life and all. That's very important and within our county. I also want to congratulate Susan for her role. She's always been really helpful and have questions, I know, to all of us, and I look forward to working with you, as I know we all do over the next years. And with that, it seems appropriate to turn over to you for the readout.
Before we do that, Mr. Chair, one we all forgot. The three of us were on the call last week. We got $11 million from the state to help end homelessness. So just want to throw that out. That happened last week.
That's right. We were.
So yeah, it got a brief mention, but worth calling out. And great job, Roxanne.
Let me just add something really quick, only because I was late this morning, because Mariana Camacho, our assessor, asked me to welcome the California Assessors Association Management Conference that's put together by the Bay Area Assessors, and it was actually a really well attended. A lot of elected assessors in town, including the assessor from Fresno County, so it was a little take back for me, but it was really great to see folks, and their focus is actually on post-COVID work environment, safety recommendations, hiring practices, and mental health. So that was this morning.
Thank you. Welcome to Monterey. Finally, the readout.
Thank you for your kind words, and there is no reportable action from closed session.
Right, very good. We know that was the high point of tonight. Well, this meeting is adjourned for today. See you next week.